on sheet 1, we show the existing street, East Shore Road, and we label the line of sight at the exiting driveway. There are two curb cuts on East Shore Road. One is an enter only, and the other is an exit only. So exiting is where you need the line of sight clear in both directions. It exceeds 400 feet in both directions, and that's labeled on the plan on sheet 1. Number 12, location and number of parking and loading spaces. Essentially, it's a campground, so each of the campsites is where they park the trailers and campers. So those are shown on essentially every page, except for the detail sheet. Number 13, a landscape plan. We're requesting a waiver from the landscape plan. This is a wooded site. We're not clear cutting. We're going to remove as few trees as possible just to make room to get the campers in those locations. Not room perfect if people are sitting there. So we're asking for a waiver and presenting a specific landscape plan. Number 14, location, type, and nature of all existing and proposed lighting. We are proposing lighting on the 2 buildings that are proposed on the property. Sheet 4 is a lighting plan. So we're proposing a new bathhouse in this location that would have a single wall-mounted light, full cut-off LED fixture pointing straight down at the ground. And we're proposing a warehouse building, 1,800 square feet, single-story building, again, 2 wall packs mounted 10 feet above the ground, full cut-off LEDs. And this is a photometric plan, so it shows the light levels generated by those lights. So it's all very low light levels. And number 15, natural features such as water bodies like outcropping wetlands, etc. Go to sheet 2. We show the topography, we show wetland areas with the stippling. There's also a wetland area here. This is on part of the property that we're proposing to develop, and this one's on the adjacent property to that site. Number 16, existing and proposed grades and topographic contours at 5-foot intervals. We're actually using 2-foot intervals, and that's what you see here on sheet 2, the proposed plan sheet. There's not a lot of grading that takes place with this type of development because it's camping sites. We're trying to keep it as natural as possible, following the existing terrain and altering as little as possible just to create areas for the campers to be situated. Number 16, existing and proposed grades. Oh, I just did that, sorry. 17, size and accurate location of all existing and proposed water mains, culverts, fire hydrants, and fire ponds. We're not proposing any fire hydrants or fire ponds. However, utilities that we're proposing are shown on sheet 3. When there will be water lines extended to each of the campsites, there'll be electric lines, there'll be a sewer line extended to each of the campsites. So those are shown in detail on the utility plan, sheet 3. 18 is the means of providing water supply. We show the piping layout, and this is just plastic pipe laid on top of the ground, except for where it crosses the driveways. It'll be in a conduit under the driveway, because it's a seasonal use. They're only open 6 months of the year, from May through October, and then the water system is shut off in May. The existing well that services the property is already in place on the other side of East Shore Road. That's a well that's registered with the Hampshire DES as a transient community well. So it's tested every year in order to be sure that it's potable for all the users. The well was tested and rated at 20 gallons a minute, so it has tremendous capacity, much more capacity than they need to service the proposed campsites. But that is the source of the water. 19 is the surface drainage patterns. That's back on sheet 3. So we show the topography, we show some drainage collection areas that will be created on the property. There's wheels leading into those areas. So that's all again shown on sheet 3. Number 20. Says copy of the certification from a licensed septic designer that the existing system is sufficient And we're asking for a waiver because we're going to be constructing a new leach field to service these 36 campsites. I did provide a letter from a licensed septic designer, Dale Freihofer, which is in your packet. And he did the test pits and perk tests and identified an appropriate site, appropriate size, meets the nitrate loading requirements to service the proposed 36 sites. So I've asked for a waiver from the licensed septic designer for the existing system because we're building a new system. 21, location and type of proposed sewage disposal. Again, on sheet 3, we show the proposed sewer line layouts where sewer service is provided to each of the 36 sites. It goes by gravity down the hill to a small pump station and will be pumped to a new leach field to be constructed on the property. The 23 soil survey data, that's on sheet 1. The dotted lines that across this plan represent the soil boundaries, and the numbers of the circles represent the soil types, and we list the soil types that are identified by the Soil Conservation Service. 24, location of existing and proposed easements, deed restrictions, and covenants. And I've asked for a waiver because there are none. And 25, the architectural plans, which again are the building elevations that I already showed you, and that was sheet 5. So I believe we're complete. I included, just for your ease of reference, a copy of the previous zoning board approval, where the special exception was granted to allow this use in this zone. And I think I covered it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fippert. Are there any questions from the board about the completeness of the application? I just have one comment in that I noticed the drawings are not stamped. There are no engineering stamps on those drawings there.
And looking through your checklist, it's not required.
Not on that. It may be required in another spot in there, but anyway, it's not a showstopper. I'm just making that comment on there. And we usually require an engineer's stamp. But other than that, does anyone notice anything why it should not be complete? If you deem it complete, then a motion is in order that the application is complete. Anyone? Still looking it over? Do you have any questions for Mr. Fippert on the completeness of the application?
I'll move that the application is complete.
Motion by Michael York that the application is accepted as complete. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Brandon Self. Is there any further discussion? And all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, the application is accepted as complete, and does the board feel that they can proceed to a public hearing? Yes? No?
The motion to postpone the public hearing because of what we have ahead of us.
Okay, we could do that. The applicant, you want to weigh in on that?
I'm fine. I appreciate that they let me step forward and get this ruling on completeness. That's what was critical for me tonight. During the winter months, the campground is closed. We're not anxious to start until spring, so I'm happy coming back in January.
Okay, then, yeah, I think the board appreciates that. And so a motion has been made by Richard Lane to open up the public hearing on our next meeting. Actually, no, you can't make our next meeting. Is that correct? I understand. That would be the 15th is next week. That's the next meeting.
I'm out of town.
Okay, our first meeting in January. Yes.
Open the public hearing first and then continue.
You're correct. That's right. Okay, I will open up the public hearing. Now I will accept the motion from Richard Lane that he wants to continue the public hearing to our first meeting in January, and I don't know what date it is. It is the 12th of January here at Whitcomb Hall. Is there a second on that motion?
I'll second.
Seconded by Brandon Self. Is there any further discussion? Then all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Then we will see you in January.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That's the second meeting in January.
That's our first meeting in January. First meeting in January, yeah. It's the 12th, I think it was. was Brandon seconded it. Brandon self-seconded it, yeah. Yes. Okay. Mr. Hutwalker is recusing himself from the next agenda item. Next agenda item coming up here is the planning board number 2, wrong one, never mind. Planning board number 22-021, and that is Fieldstone Land Consultants on behalf of Avenue Development Group LTD. They request a site plan review for an age-restricted 76-unit multifamily development and associated site improvements on land owned by Paul Thomas, located at 115 Old Homestead Highway. So this is a continued public hearing, so we are continuing it right now. And the board members, we had a question at our last meeting as to which zoning ordinance we were going to go by. We're going by the 2020 zoning ordinance for the density, because that's what was brought up when they were at the zoning board of adjustment, and they were taken to court and came back again and reapproved it. So the question was whether or not the parking requirements were going to be subject to the 2020 zoning ordinance as well. And we did hear from our town council in that regard, and it looks like the planning board is going to go by, if they decide to, go by the 2022 zoning ordinance as far as parking is concerned. So the board members, if the board members agree to that, or if they don't want to do that, let's have a motion one way or the other, which zoning ordinance we're going to go by for the parking, whether the 2020 or the 2022 zoning ordinance for this specific plat right here. Any comments by the board?
Excuse me, could you review the density numbers for parking?
Let's see, I don't think I have them right here, but I have them someplace in here. But as I recall, it was, I better not go by what I recall. The density on 2020.
2020 is 2.
I don't have it there. It would have been with the original
Mr. Chairman, will I be able to speak to this?
Yes, you may. Do you have that answer for what the requirements were for the 2020 zoning for parking? How many units, how many parking spaces that you originally presented to the zoning board of adjustment?
So we presented, I believe it was 152 parking spaces to the zoning board. And just before I start, Mr. Chairman, for the record, my name is Chad Brannon, civil engineer with Fieldstone Land Consultants. We do have a team here this evening, but I'll speak, before introducing them, I'll just speak directly to this point. Since our November 10th meeting before this board, we actually had active dialogue with town staff relative to this topic. That dialogue specifically pertained to parking and whether the town wanted to see an exhibit plan showing that we could fit 152 parking spaces on this site. We were told that after a communication with town council that we did not have to go through that exercise because the advice from town council was to follow the 2022 standards. It might be 21, I'm sorry, standards. So it was our understanding coming into this evening that that decision was already made. It would not be a decision made necessarily by the board. And in my dialogue with town staff, we talked about how we could show that we could meet 152 parking spaces, but it goes against the direction that the town is moving relative to parking. It goes against the goals and objectives of reducing the impervious cover and reducing the excessive amount of parking that was required on a number of sites. But we offered to supply that. There is no longer a connection under the current zoning to parking. So there's no avenue for a discussion regarding density. We obtained the special exception through the zoning board. That density, is supported through the old regulations rather. And so we're here this evening to present what we were directed to present as a plan, or guided to present as a plan, meeting all of your regulations. And so I just want to, this is an unexpected discussion that the board is having at this point. I'm not sure exactly the direction that you're going in, but we have followed guidance from town staff, and it's my understanding and interpretation from town council relative to parking on this site.
Okay, thank you. Yep, let us sort that out. I understand that the town staff does not make decisions for the planning board. Planning board has absolute authority on any of those things, and it's cleaner if the planning board discusses it at a meeting, makes a motion as to which one they're going to do, even if it went against town council, which I wouldn't advise, but you never know what a board is going to do, but that's what we're going to do. We're going to just discuss it and settle it once and for all.
Thank you for letting me speak.
And yes, he's correct that the original plan that they presented had 152 spaces in it, and it did fit on that piece of property. But the town council had advised that we should be using our 2021-22 zoning ordinance as far as density goes in parking. So we need to agree as a consensus, and probably a motion by the board, that that's what we're going to do. We're going to use the either 2020 or 2022 parking requirements. So what'll it be? My recommendation is that we use the 2022. It's parking. We know it'll fit, but they also have presented, I guess, findings that they didn't even need that smaller amount of parking as well. I'm not sure I agree with those either, but they presented that findings in a study that said that it was like 0.8 cars, something like that, per apartment. So let's decide this right now. What's it going to be? Need a motion? If you don't have one, I'll make a motion and we can vote on that. We get a second.
I do recognize what the council said. I don't agree with him, but we still have to go by his advice.
Use your mic.
I don't totally agree with the town council, how we have to go by his advice on this. We want to run into a legal problem. So
I'm sorry, I still can't hear the gentleman speaking.
Okay, motion by.
We can't hear. I mean, it's generally.
I'll use my drill instructor voice. We will.
Okay.
Want me to continue?
You can, if you repeat yourself, if you'd like to, I'll repeat it.
What I said was, although I generally disagree with the town council, we have to take his legal advice. That's just it. So I'm going to make the motion that we accept the 2022 zoning for parking.
Okay, motion by Michael York to use the 2022 zoning for this particular site plan for the parking density or parking spaces required. Is there a second?
Could you tell us what the 2022?
I cannot hear you. Please speak into the microphone.
Okay, the requirement was for 152 parking spaces there. 2020. Okay, you said 22? Okay, that's 118, I think, 2022. Am I right about that, Mr. Brandon? It's reduced to 118. Yes, it's reduced to 118 parking spaces
108.
under the current zoning.
And that translates to 0.8 parking space per.
No, it does not. No, it translates to, is it 1.5 in our current zoning?
I wanted to know that, thank you.
Okay, your motion is still current, so a motion by Michael York to use the 2022 zoning for parking purposes in this particular application. Is there a second? Then I will second it. Is there any further discussion? Then all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, so we have opposed, 2 opposed, and I'm an aye. Who else is aye? 1, 2, 3, 4, you're aye? Yeah, you made it. So there are 4, so the motion passes. So we will be using the 2022 parking requirements under our zoning. That's out of the way. So let's see, other considerations, we didn't ask them to bring anything back to us other than we needed that clarification from our attorneys. So in continuing the public hearing, unless the board has some questions from the developer, I'm going to ask for testimony or questions from the public. Any questions from the board at this particular point? Just a second. No? Okay, Mr. Brandon.
I would like to present some progress that we've made since the last meeting, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, prior to taking testimony. And I would just say that we received communication. I know it's a pain, but everybody else's mic is off, but yours, Mr. Chairman. So if when you speak, if you can please turn your mic on, that would be helpful for those who are not here this evening.
Yep.
Or maybe even helpful for those who are, but.
All right, just a second. What do you have something on this?
We're in a public hearing now. I thought once we closed or went to the public hearing, we closed off any presentation.
No, that's when we close the public hearing, then we hear no more testimony from the public or the applicant. It's just the board deliberating. But as the public hearing is open, it remains open, we can hear testimony from anyone. Mr. Brennan?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to back up and introduce who we have here this evening. So with us tonight is Jack Franks, who is the applicant and owner of Avenue Development Group. Also with us this evening is Tim Sampson, who is the project architect. And then we have JP Harris and Susan Manchester, who are our project attorneys who are attending via Zoom. Together, just as we did at the November meeting, we'll do our best to answer any questions that the board may have this evening, as well as the public. I just wanted to share some progress that we've made and that we've worked with staff on and state permitting agencies on since our last meeting before the board. As I think, we obviously talked about the parking. We did work together with staff on providing information relative to the parking. But on top of that, I know there was a lot of discussion relative to this project, its access, and the association with obtaining the permit through the Department of Transportation. So I would like to provide a copy of a driveway permit, an access permit that we have received from DOT for this project. So this is, progress that we've made since last meeting. I'm just going to hand this up.
Thank you.
I know there were a lot of questions raised relative to, us not having necessarily the permit and, any impacts and associated things onto the state right away, whether it was drainage, traffic, et cetera, and that's been addressed certainly through obtaining that permit. We also did make modifications to the architectural plans to address comments that were raised by staff review. That essentially consisted of modifying the first floor plan, as there was some conflicts. I think basically the second floor plan was shown twice on the plan set. So we modified that and submitted that to staff last week. The other revision that we made to the architectural plans is we did add a number of windows to the building to try to improve the aesthetics and just kind of the perspective from a number of different vantage points. That consisted of adding 34 windows, and we do have the architect here this evening, and he can speak to that or answer any questions relative to that that the board and public may have. And before I hand the floor over, I would like to take a minute to address how we believe that this project does meet the local regulations and design standards. I know the last time we were here, the meeting ran very late, and we really didn't have an opportunity to kind of address some of those questions and concerns in great detail, so we want to do that this evening. Taking a look at the site plan regulations in town, I'm just going to find it here, I'm sorry. The town site plan regulations state that the purpose of these site plan review regulations is to provide for the safe and attractive development and to guard against any such conditions that would involve danger or injury to the health, safety, or prosperity by reason of 1, inadequate drainage or conditions conducive to flooding of the property or that of another. 2, inadequate protection for the quality of groundwater. 3, undesirable and preventable elements of pollution such as noise, glare, smoke, soot, particulate, or any other discharge into the environment, which might prove harmful to persons, structures, or adjacent properties. And 4, inadequate provisions for fire safety prevention and control. And although an application may not specifically speak to every one of those criteria, we do believe that our submissions and our plans and the details and working with the fire department, certainly on safety issues, going through those department reviews, does address all of the criteria outlined within the site plan regulations. And we do believe we meet these criteria with the information provided. The site plan regulations do not provide any design standards, criteria, or methods of evaluating the surroundings for building designs or building design. Site plan regulations outline the architectural plan requirements and how we have to show floor plans, elevations, style of windows, building materials, colors, and that alike, and we're required to provide color renderings. Our submission package does detail all of those elements. We have heard a lot of feedback about the design not being in harmony with the neighborhood. We want to speak to this topic briefly this evening. We believe that this design does meet all the applicable standards and is therefore in harmony with the local regulations, including the site plan regulations, zoning ordinance, and the master plan upon our review of that. This area of town really does not have a lot of harmony because it's in a transitional zone, transitional area, nor is it really a neighborhood along the frontage of this project. It's a highway corridor. There are no constants in setbacks, lot sizes, building heights, building designs. Nothing is the same in this zone. It is a mixture of uses along a highway corridor. There are so many differing features along this section of town. Looking at the immediate surroundings to this site, you have the residential district to the east of New Hampshire Route 32, also known as Old Homestead Highway. The residential district, mic cutting out. The residential district, per the zoning, has minimum lot size requirement of 1 acre with 150 feet of frontage on a town or state maintained road. And the building setbacks are supposed to be 30 feet from the front and 20 feet from the side and rear. And on top of this, there is supposed to be a setback, or under the current zoning, I should say, it's supposed to be a setback from the water body, Wilson Pond, of 125 feet to all primary structures. So what does this mean? This means that all of the development on the east side of the highway is considered existing non-conforming lots. No evaluation of harmony can really include lots that are non-conforming. In fact, generally speaking, the law disfavors the continuation of non-conforming uses. Non-conforming uses should not be used when determining whether a project is harmonious or not in any section, harmonious in any section of town. The non-conforming use should, in theory, not be in that section of town, but it's there for obvious reasons. And your own master plan cites this, that many of these lots, if not all of them, along Wilson Pond are camp lots dating back to the 1920s. On top of this, the residence district in your own ordinance is defined under section 2. This section states that this district, the residence district, encompasses the more highly developed sections of town. It provides the transitional areas between the outlying rural and more densely developed business districts. On the west side of the road, we have a completely different district known as the business district, which is where this project lies. This same section of the ordinance defines the business district, and it states, the business district, this district is intended to provide for the development of commercial uses that are orientated to the traveling public or are traffic generators of such size as to be more properly located on a highly accessible highway network, which is where the project takes access. So what does this mean? In our opinion, this means that every lot that exists in the residential district has to accept that they're in a transitional zone. That's where they are. That zone is intended to abut or transition at least into the business district at some point. This is exactly what is contemplated in the zoning ordinance and in the master plan in town. These residences can't, or at least shouldn't, be used against a proposal that conforms to all of the local regulations. I also don't think you can argue one zone against the other. The two zones, business on one side of the highway and residence on the other, are divided by a highway and consist of completely different standards as outlined clearly in the zoning ordinance. When it comes to the business district through this section of town, there are again a large number of buildings, a mixture of uses, old non-conforming residential structures that exist in the business district, warehouse buildings, restaurants, office buildings, airport buildings, religious buildings, machine shops, a furniture store, outdoor storage, self-storage, and alike. Each lot has buildings of varying heights, varying roof designs. You have flat, peaked, gambrel, shed-style roofs, all within a 1 mile section, as well as varying building sizes and setbacks from the road. There simply is no standard or no harmony, in our opinion, to follow. There are certainly no design standards or criteria in the regulations that are outlined that we have to follow. In the town, and this board has in the past, on other projects, not really reviewed to this level regarding, we've been before you, and I just specifically, I can speak for myself, I've been before you just down the road, known as the, site, and then also on a project off of New Hampshire Route 12, which is the old Asher development, which was another both of those are multifamily projects. And we didn't go through an evaluation of harmony in the neighborhood. In fact, both of those projects were very different than their surroundings. The Asher development and the Flatley development both sought and were approved height variances for their buildings, and both had flat roofs. The Asher development was situated entirely or entirely surrounded by residential development, and again had flat roofs. So All three of these projects are located on a highway corridor. There's certainly mixed uses surrounding, the skirts of these projects. And based on all of these facts and details, we believe that this project is actually more conforming than other projects that have been reviewed and approved, by this board and by other boards in town. And we believe that we do meet all design standards. And we just felt that it was important to talk about what is harmony and how it relates. I don't think you can cross zoning boundaries, and I certainly don't think you can leverage non-conforming uses in an evaluation. And that's important. Your master plan speaks to what the town is looking for. Your zoning ordinances and your site plan ordinances are based on your master plan, and we meet all of those criteria. And we meet all of the regulations that are outlined in there. We're not before you tonight seeking a waiver. We're before you tonight seeking a reasonable evaluation of a property that we think is designed appropriately. The building is not forward on the lot. We've actually situated it further back, not pushing on that front setback line. And we're balancing a number of regulations. We do have to meet setbacks from the airport. We have to meet landscaping setback requirements, and we believe that we've met all of those with this design, and we're certainly eager to answer any questions that the board and public may have, but we wanted to share our stance.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you for your point of view, and we appreciate that. I think that I would like to hear from the architect as to what the changes to the building are that you were talking about.
So, Tim Sampson from Sampson Architects. So, I think one of the probably bigger concerns from that last presentation that we did was this end wall here, of which there are 4 due to the shape of the building. It was a big blank wall. We looked at breaking it up in different ways. Where we are right now, we've added 8 windows per each side, and we've tried to take the material that's around one corner, wrap it, and then transition it to another material so it's consistent with the other building elevations. So it sort of keeps that theme of the green vinyl siding and then the yellow sort of cedar vinyl shake siding. So to keep a consistent look as you went around the building. That's really the major change. We did add a small roof over the entry out of the community room as well.
And would you just point on the floor plan that you have on the floor there, exactly that corner that you're talking about, so everyone knows what you're talking about?
Not to be able to get much of this.
Yep.
These 4 ends here.
Mm-hmm.
So as you drive by, this had been a wall that was a solid color.
Yep. And both sides you're doing, that side, that side, that one, and that one, correct?
All 4.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Just wanted you to point that out.
And it's a little bit dark in here, and I don't know how well you can see the renderings from back there. But this color actually grabs the corner here.
Please speak into the mic.
The corners, it's there. Those are the windows that we added. And again, that's that corner.
I cannot
Okay,
hear.
thank you.
Now they come.
There they are now.
That was fortuitous.
Any questions from the board on that? On that particular, for the,
If you don't mind me asking.
yes, you may.
So are these the most recent set that you sent to Sarah? Does that reflect these as well?
No, so there was some coordination issues in the drawings. That's what she got last week. We've come up with this in the last probably 4 or 5 days.
Okay, so we'll need to have that completed set. Do you have another hard copy that we could have here in front of the
You can
board?
have this one. I don't know if I brought 2, but you can keep this set.
We'll take that one,
Yep.
please. Thanks.
Any other questions from the board about the architectural part of it? And any questions about the presentation from Mr. Brennan, what he brought up? Any of those questions for him? And if there are none, then I'm going to turn it over to the public to see if there are any questions from the public on these 2 matters.
I don't have questions, but I have some comments.
Yeah, would you come up to the mic and state your name for the record, please? That's not on either.
Yeah,
Oh, guess that is.
I cannot hear.
And I live at 60 Honey Hill Road. And I'm here representing myself and my husband, Mark, who also lives there. So we live about 3 miles south of this development off of Old Homestead Highway. And
Recording stopped.
on page 2, say that the regulations are also intended to provide for harmonious and aesthetically pleasing development of the town of Swanzey and its environs, and to provide for open spaces and green spaces of adequate proportions. I'm going to give you some reasons that follow why this development fails to provide for harmonious development, and in the absence of required landscaping, which I will detail, fails to provide for green spaces of adequate proportions. As a result of these failures, the proposal would have an undue adverse impact on residents of the densely settled radius around the proposal to the north, east, and south. It would have an undue adverse impact on visitors to Wilson Pond, to residents of the town who travel past Wilson Pond on Old Homestead Highway, and to visitors to Swanzey who travel on its most scenic north-south artery. So, number 1, the proposed building is inharmonious not only with buildings in the immediate neighborhood, but inharmonious with buildings throughout the business district and town. Now, I'm using the word inharmonious relative to the height of the building because I think that's the most striking feature of this proposal. I have an excerpt from from four tax parcel maps that are the northeastern quadrant of town, and I'll just share these with you. Now, the purpose of this tax parcel map is to give us an overview of exactly what the settlement pattern is here in this part of town. And it's striking, okay? We have mostly compact homes on tiny lots. And a 4-story structure with a 17,493 square foot footprint is inharmonious with this neighborhood, which consists of single and 2-story cottages and small houses, along with a handful of small businesses. This 4-story structure is harmonious with buildings in the business district. Now, here I did some research and looked at those 4 tax parcel maps and got a total number of buildings that are depicted on those maps, which also coincides fairly closely with the business district in the northern part of town. So of 503 buildings on those 4 tax parcel maps, which are numbered 18, 19, 36, and 37, nearly 2/3, or 329 of those buildings, are single story. 435, which represents 86.5%, are under 2 stories. Secondly, the project is proposed for a neighborhood that is in and adjacent to, and I'm a farmer, okay, the largest expanse of flat open acreage in Swanzey. So I noticed terrain, all right, and there is no place flatter. With no variation in terrain and with the structure's proposed close proximity to Old Homestead Highway, a 4-story building would appear even taller and more inharmonious with the neighborhood. On Old Homestead Highway, a 4-story building would appear as a tower from as far away as southern Wilson Pond. And I know you've probably been driving this and imagining what it would look like when you would start to see it. And you would start to see it virtually at the southern part of Wilson Pond. So a 4-story building in that location would become the predominant feature of the landscape for over 100 homes in the immediate neighborhood. Now, I'm going to ask you for this next part, if it's easy for you, to look at page 6 of the plans, the landscaping plan for this proposal. And this is the next part that I'm going to talk about is an outcome of the fact that this building is 4 stories. Because it's so tall, we run into problems. I'm going to wait just a sec for you guys to find that page because I think it'll help to refer to it. Is it you? Okay.
You may proceed.
Am I back? Okay. So basically, my basic point is that the building lot is simply too small to accommodate site plan regulations, site plan requirements. Even with the 20% discount in required parking spaces, it is impossible for the building lot to meet aviation restrictions and contain the proposed buildings, stormwater retention and treatment, parking and circulation, snow storage, dumpster screening, and the adequate landscaping called for in the site plan review regulations. And I'm going to detail that, okay? But in general, the regulations state that these regulations are intended to provide for open spaces and green spaces of adequate proportions. So one of the first striking things is that the proposal lacks landscaping between adjacent buildings. Have I lost you again? No, we're still good? Okay. Only 1/3 of each side of the building as proposed has the landscaping between adjacent buildings. In other words, a landscaped area that is a minimum of 10 feet deep around the sides of the buildings with public access or visible from the public roadway. It's simply not present on the plans. That landscaped area is required to contain shrub and ground cover plantings in addition to trees. Now, we have an issue with a 4-story building, which is that even with the landscaping plan that has been specified, it'll take many, many years for the trees that are in that plan to reach even 20 feet. And I have on the back of that site plan, the tax parcel map, is a list of the landscapings with some estimates of how long it will take for those plantings, the trees, to reach maturity. I'd like to say that I think it's a good landscaping plan. I like all the plant material for the most part. I think we'll have trouble with the holly, but I think we've all seen it at Market Basket, what happened to the holly that was along the side of the grocery store. But generally, I think that the plan calls for some pretty material, but it simply isn't enough to shield a 4-story building. Now, here's where things get very precise, okay? The rear parking lot's landscaped open space, which is the 4 terminal islands that are depicted on that plan, provide less than half, or 40.8% of landscaping requirements. Now, according to the site plan review regulations, 10% or more of the interior parking area should be landscaped open space. This landscaping is in addition to any required buffer zone landscaping, and that's on page 10. Now, if you do the math, okay, the interior of the rear parking lot contains 31,714 square feet. It's roughly 202 by 157 feet. 10% of this area is 3,171 square feet. Those 4 terminal islands in the parking lot contain only 1,296 square feet. So missing is at least 1,875 square feet of required landscaped open space. And I will give you these numbers in my notes, okay? Now, I think the discrepancy between what our regulations call for and what's depicted on the plan has to do with how the plan calculated that requirement, okay? It looks like in the notes, how that was arrived at is the notes calculated 10% of the parking area interior by multiplying 76 parking spaces, and they used the dimension 162 square feet for each one. They multiplied that together and then took 10% of that, and that's how they got 12,320 square feet, which is just the footprint of the parking spaces, okay? You can't have a parking lot without a way to get into the parking lot and without a way to move around those parking spaces, unless it's like really, New York City valet parking, where you're just packed into a solid clot, okay? But that's not how we calculate requirements in our site plan review regulations, okay? You've got to account for the total parking area. And this plan does not do that in terms of providing landscaping. Another point is that our requirements say that when there are 6 rows of parking rows, I'll read it. Proposals need to provide at least 1 island for every 4 parking rows, okay? And this rear parking lot shows 6 rows of parking and 0 islands. These divider islands should be at least 10 feet wide, and trees within the divider island should be spaced no more than 50 feet apart in each contiguous landscaped area. And they are to provide 1 tree for 2,000 square feet of ground area. That's on page 10 in the site plan review regulations. So that's simply missing, and it should be there. And finally, the proposal lacks any buffer zone landscaping that's required by site plan review regulations. And that's on page 13, and it says that landscaping shall be used to form a buffer between non-residential and residential uses. Now, this is to protect the property rights of the adjacent parcels. So it's necessary, all right? So in conclusion, as presented, the proposal fails to meet the site plan review regulations for the two main reasons. The proposed structure is inharmonious in height with the North Swansea neighborhood and with the business district. And the parcel itself, the lot, is too small to comply with parking lot landscaping and buffer zone landscaping requirements for a four-story structure. Now, there's a way out of this, okay? And it's based on the truth that we need housing, okay? So there's a way around. In the proposed location, a two-story apartment building would be consistent with the neighborhood and with the district. A building of 2 stories would contain approximately 38 housing units. I just divided the total building in half. With a 20% discount, these units would require approximately 47 parking spaces. That would allow the 14 parking spaces that are along the southern edge of the rear of the parking lot to become unnecessary. That area could then be landscaped. We could install a landscape divider island, and the landscape divider island would no longer be required because we would have fewer rows of parking. So that area that was designated for 14 parking spaces could instead be planted with a dense landscaping buffer, including at least 6 maple or oak trees, which would advance compliance with several additional site plan review regulations, which include, and here I'll read, this is from page 11 and 12 in the regulations, that the purpose of landscaping and screening is to screen neighboring parcels, to promote an aesthetically pleasing relationship between buildings and their natural surroundings, and to promote visual relief from broad expanses of pavement, and to define areas for pedestrian and vehicular circulation. It continues, a significant portion of landscaping should be located so as to be visible from public ways. So, in conclusion, we need housing. There's no dispute about that. Through compromise, it's possible to build housing that respects all Swansea citizens, as well as our shared desire to maintain the scenic qualities of the Wilson Pond area. Clearly, citizens value the scenic qualities of this area. This prominent feature of the central gateway to Swansea, we protected. One of the primary reasons for extending public sewer to the Wilson Pond neighborhood was to protect those waters. At 2 stories, the proposed apartments likely could satisfy Swansea's site plan review regulations, and we'd all benefit from an increase in housing from those apartments. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan, would you like to address some of those issues about the parking and the landscaping part of it that she brought up?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. So at the last meeting, we actually talked about the landscaping in great deal, and we talked about a number of the sections that were actually raised pertaining to the calculations and the associated regulations. So when you take a look at the landscaping, and I'm just trying to get to the right section of the standards, but the
Page 10, site plan regulations, is that what you're looking at?
Yeah, and there's specific kind of sentences that were, in words that may have been overlooked or missed. But in general, when you take a look at the landscaping design, we actually reviewed this landscaping design with town staff, and I think you have probably seen in the memo, and as we talked about at the last meeting, it's an understanding that we have that we meet the standard. This facility is not open to the general public, it's open to the residences. So we meet the landscaping along the sides as it's been calculated and as this board has determined in the past, and that was talked about at the last meeting. So we have landscaping along the sides of the building. The adjacent lots offer no landscaping, and a lot of the landscaping requirements are actually to buffer adjacent non-compliant uses or non-associated uses such as residential, and none of the adjacent side properties are residential in nature. So we do believe that we meet that criteria. If the board feels that we need to add some landscaping and for some reason believes that we don't meet that, then I think we need to have that discussion. But the discussion at the last meeting was that we do. As it pertains to the parking aisles, the aisles are determined based on the interior aisles. You don't count a perimeter aisle into a calculation for determining whether you need islands, because you wouldn't put, we already have an island on the exterior aisles, if you will. And if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to grab the plans and bring them over to me so I can point to them.
Yep.
So when you take a look at the rear parking, we have landscaping or green space area along the north and south side here. The aisles, it says in the regulations when you have over 4 aisles together. So we don't count this perimeter aisle. If you did, what would be the result? We would add a landscape island down the middle of one of these aisles, and then we would simply just move the parking a little bit back further into the site. But that's not how this was interpreted, which is why it's not shown on the plan. We believe we meet that calculation. This is the area of parking that they're talking about. When you have more than 4 rows of parking, that would normally have or could have an island in between them, then you would propose that. So we don't believe that the plan triggers that. If the board feels that it does, we would be happy to add a landscape island down one of those rows if we had to, but we don't think it's necessary. And so, and then if you think about what are we landscaping and buffering into the back of the property? I mean, the rear of this site, our neighbor is the airport. We have a vacant piece of property here. They got airport hangars over here. So there's a goal and objective to all the regulations, and there's a practical aspect to all the regulations. We believe that we meet them. We believe we've gone through a staff review. We've addressed everything from a design standpoint. I'm not aware of anything that's outstanding within this plan set. We tried to be very responsive and make sure that we've made the revisions. Now, certainly, and as you stated, Mr. Chairman, the board is open to, a review of a plan. If the board feels like we're not meeting something, we'd be happy to make a modification. We have more room to do an expansion of the parking in the back if needed, but we're really trying to minimize that impervious cover. We're trying to address concerns that were raised by the Conservation Commission, trying to balance a lot of feedback. And so we think we meet that criteria. We certainly meet all the landscaping criteria along the public way. That calculation is shown. And then when it comes to calculating the landscaping in the back, I mean, typically you're allowed to utilize the corner areas where you do not have like the corners of the parking. And so that area is utilized in a internal parking calculation because those areas protrude into the parking area. We can make the islands bigger if if the board thinks, hey, you're missing it by 1,000 square feet. Everybody's open to an interpretation, right? We've interpreted the way that it's been enforced in the past in town. But if 1,000 square feet is an issue, we can make the islands, a little bit bigger and address that and just push the parking back. But we believe that we meet that criteria based on how it's been interpreted in the past. You know, and we're here to try to address the questions and, you know, make a reasonable modification to work through this process. And so I think the questions, you know, many of the questions are good. Some of them don't necessarily apply. You know, there's one section of the regulation that says landscaping between buildings. It starts out that way. That's and you know, we're not landscaping between buildings. We're, you know, this building is, our neighbor to the north has pavement, you know, right up to the property line. We're providing landscaping, you know, along areas of the site internally, but there's no need for buffering between those uses. Most of this corridor, if you drive down through this corridor, doesn't have landscaping. It's a lot of open lawn area. And so you know, part of our job is to sit down with staff, go through the reviews, make sure that the plan meets the regulations, and we've done that. We believe this does meet the regulations. You know, just a landscaping comparison doesn't immediately trigger, hey, we need to lower the density of a project. There's plenty of room on this site. We proved it at one time with 152 parking spaces. You know, green space is a calculation. The regulations don't specifically say how big or how small a green space area has to be. It just says, you know, you should meet a certain, you know, calculation. And we believe we meet all that criteria. As it relates to building height, this is a tough one because we meet your regulations. The building it's designed appropriately, it meets your regulations. We're not up on the front setback. We actually did push the building back as much as we could. You know, we believe the design meets the spirit and intent of your regulations because we meet the criteria that's established. You know, there's obviously a lot of different uses and a lot of different developments that are in this area of town. We're proposing to address a housing need, and part of that need is to make it feasible and to offer what this project is offering. We have to have a certain amount of density. This project has to be as it's presented and as it's proposed in order for it to be viable. And you know, so simply, you know, making statements like, hey, if you cut 2 floors off, everybody would be happy. Well, you can't make something work. I mean, everybody has to know costs are going up. Construction costs, you know, are going up. In order to provide reasonable housing for people, you have to have density. This isn't technically a workforce housing project, but it's very close to it. It's got, you know, it's got very reasonable rents associated with it. And in order to make those projects work, you have to have density.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure I touched on anything, Mr. Chairman. If you think there was anything else, I'd be happy to.
I do have one question there, but yeah, you're talking about the buffer areas or zones on the, looks like the north and the southern part of that building right there. And in our regulations, it does say that buffer intent on residential use, and you're correct. Yes, those are not residential uses on either side of that building. I agree with that. So would you just go over, did you use a calculation of the actual parking spaces themselves to do your 10% of green space in the back?
I don't believe so, but I would have to verify that through a mathematical calculation. I think what we did, Mr. Chairman, is we used, like there's some landscaping on this area here that kind of comes in, and then we use this corner area here, which kind of comes in on the parking. On site plans before, we've always been able to count those corner areas that don't square off in a parking lot, if you will. If the board has a difference of opinion on how we should do that, I'm not suggesting that the lady that presented numbers that are incorrect, because I can't validate that at this point, but I can tell you that we often will count like this back area here, which is probably close to, you know, I mean, a parking space in general is about 600 square feet. You know, so that's probably close to 1,000 square feet, just this back corner here. So if we counted that, there's a good chance that that's how we met the regulation.
And did you use the 118 spaces, or did you use the reduced one, the 20% reduced that you're looking for that calculation?
We use the reduced one for sure, yes, because that's what we're proposing to build. Now, if you wanted us to run the landscaping calculations using the entire 118, we could do that. But the reality is, right now, the way this design stands, this back area that would otherwise be paved is going to be all landscaped. So on one sense, you could say we used it. The calculations don't reference that, but you could say we use it because this whole back portion of that 118 square foot parking or paved area, if you will be landscaped. It'll be lawn. And we do have some, landscaping proposed through there.
So while we're on the parking lot, what about snow removal? Now, what I mean by that is that this is going to be age restricted. So presumably the people living there will not be going to jobs, working. So throughout the day or whichever, that parking lot will be full of whatever cars are used there. So when it's plowed, they're going to have to get in their cars and move them someplace in order for the plow company to get that snow out of there. And I've seen, not this place, obviously, it's not built yet, but others built in town that they're parked all alongside the road while their plow crew is in there plowing their parking lot, and then they park back on the road. And the only road they have to park alongside is Route 32. So do you have any plan on that?
Yeah, I mean, so we do a lot of multifamily development, age-restricted workforce housing, and normally what happens is they come up with a management plan for plowing, where you would come through and you'd plow all the access aisles, and you would provide, a space on the site for, each row to, back out into, and so that it could be cleaned. Or you say, at this time of day, that row has to be vacant, and so they would have to make arrangements to, move their car to a different location. And we still believe that this site, as designed with, I believe it's 94 spaces, yes, 94 spaces, has about 20 parking spaces more than what this site would normally need. So there's a fair amount of room that can be plowed and people can move into it on top of that. And so that's a great question, but that's a management and kind of a logistics issue, a site-by-site case. But there is often a plan, kind of, you hear these winter parking bans where they will create a schedule where certain rows will be plowed at certain times, and so you have to make arrangements for your car to be moved. In some properties like this, management will actually move the client's cars, where you have an age-restricted, housing, and so it's a function of what the resident is willing to do. I mean, some may not want somebody to get in their car. So
okay, yep, thank you. Just stay up there for a moment. You had a question? I don't know if they can hear you. Just speak up, shout or yell, or go to the microphone or something, please.
Please use the microphone. Thank you.
The question that we had about calculating the parking, if page 6 is still your landscaping plan in this set of plans, we can look at the note on that plan. Okay. I'll point it out to you, okay? It's down at the bottom. Would you mind reading that? So the section, the note that I've asked him to look at shows that in the rear parking lot, the 17 parking spaces were multiplied by 162 feet per parking space, and then multiplied by 10% to result in 12,320 square feet of required, that's the total footprint of the parking spaces, not the total footprint of the entire rear parking area.
Okay, well, that's probably the calculation they used. He said he didn't remember the calculation they used to do that, so that clarifies it. That clarifies it. Okay, thank you. So That settles that one. We got the answer to that question right there. Did anyone have a comment on what we were just talking about, the parking and landscaping stuff, while he is still up there? Please identify yourself, please.
I'm Jay Ward of 16 Houghton Point. I want to thank the lady for saying exactly what I was going to say later on, because I saw the same issues. And I just want to point out that if you consider the parking spaces to be the parking area, then there's no room in those parking spaces for the interior of the parking area to have landscape. In other words, the landscaping is supposed to be 10% of the interior of the parking area. If you define the parking area as just the parking space area, then there's no interior. And so that's the issue with why that calculation is wrong. The parking area has to include the landscaped area as well, and I think the rows that the cars use to get to those parking spaces. And the landscaping has to be interior to the parking lot. It can't be landscaping in the corners. It has to be landscaping that is interior to the parking area. That's right from your site plan regulations. And the other one is that if you do believe that on page 13 under the landscaping specific standards that the landscaping between adjacent buildings applies here, to say that there's no access to these buildings, this is a public access. I could walk onto this property, I'm hoping, once it's built. And it says, or are visible from the public roadway. You can see all the way into the back lot of this area from the public roadway going either way on Route 32. And to say that it's behind the building and the landscaping doesn't matter back there, it's visible. There's no landscaping on the sides to prevent you from walking on the highway and seeing all the way into the back of the parking lot here as you go north or south on Route 32, walking or driving. So anything that's back there is visible to the public and deserves to be landscaped. And my main complaint is, we should have enough landscaping to make this property attractive. And he's right, there's room, maybe we should have it. The other comment I'd make is that maybe there's a way to keep 76 units in a two-story building on this property. Maybe engineering could come up with a solution for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the board members on what was just said on anything here? No. And I think we have another comment here.
Good evening, Mark Scalera, 33 Lake Street. So we've heard a lot of I believe and I don't believe, or we believe, we don't believe. And we heard one heck of an analysis of the plan and your regulations. So it's all of interest, it's all concerning. I just kind of want to get a couple of things out. You kind of went a little bit out of order from what we kind of thought we would be doing.
And pardon me, but more into the mic if you could, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So who are we, right? So we're not just the Wilson Pond Association here. We are concerned citizens of the Wilson Pond Association. We are surrounding neighbors. People live in those neighborhoods. We are members of the community, okay? This has gotten very big, okay? We're not against housing. We're not against multifamily housing. We're not arguing the 2020 density. We are concerned that this project is not harmonious and compatible with the neighborhood. Now, we heard one heck of an opinion on that just a couple speakers ago, okay? It is not harmonious. There is absolutely no way a 4-story building smack in the middle of Route 32, where it's located, will be harmonious. I could have been insulted by some of the comments that were made about the different houses and the buildings and not harmonious. Well, I got to tell you, going from a 1-story, 2-story homes, peaked roofs, to all of a sudden this gigantic building, I don't see how that could be harmonious. So, it's just, it just drives me crazy, okay? But we're also concerned about things, the impact on Wilson Pond and its wildlife there. Property values, right? We talked about that last time, right? It was one of the studies I would hope that you would initiate. The traffic pattern. Now, if you're using the 2022 regulations, I think you have to also consider the fact that there's a lot more housing going up in this area, okay? Within 1 mile, as the bird flies of Wilson Pond, there are over 400 units of new housing, including this, that are in various stages of being built. We're not even talking about the housing on Route 10, okay? So if you do some just simple calculations, that's 8 to 10% more population in Swanzey. That's a lot, that's a big draw on the town resources, right? What's going to be your tax revenue on a building like this? I think last meeting, maybe we heard 100,000. I don't know why that number sticks in my mind, but there was something thrown out. Well, I got to tell you, a couple rescue squad calls to that building, you know, a month because of, you know, it being, you know, seniors, that's going to eat that up in like that, okay? I mean, this is going to be a draw on our resources in town. It's going to affect all of our property values, and we're going to see our taxes go up in addition to that, okay? Think about that, okay? The general safety, green space, the renter's quality of life, okay? Should that be my concern? Well, it is, okay? Because I can't imagine, you know, being 62 and living in a building that I have no place to walk to that's safe. I have no grounds to do anything with. This is not how we want to treat our citizens, especially our elderly. I mean, that's so darn important. You know, these people have lived their life. They deserve something better than to live in something, in my opinion, like this, okay? And then how do we ensure that this stays age restricted, right? What happens if they can't fill it? Does the scenario that played out in Warpole play out here? I would hope not, okay? You got to think about all this stuff, please. Regardless of the date. Now, we're in 2022. All the studies that I've seen, to me, they're irrelevant. They're outdated. They don't apply to communities like ours. Some of them were done in communities 90, 100 times the size of ours. Some were done on the West Coast that they presented. It's just a lot of malarkey, in my opinion, okay? Route 32. I think we've heard a little bit about that already. It's definitely a lower class highway than routes 10 and 12. It's an hour, there's no shoulders, it's not safe roadway to walk. For the most part, it's rural. And the fact that there is residential district right on the other side of the highway, I don't see this being harmonious once again, okay? It's not compatible, so. The developer really hasn't offered too much in changing their plans, any concessions, anything. And I don't think they will. In fact, based on what he just said, I think they picked the wrong lot for the project, okay, in my opinion. So, so what are we asking? So, look, I've been fortunate enough in my career to work in insurance, international banking, and pharmaceuticals. These are all highly regulated industries. What we're asking the board to do is nothing extraordinary. All we're asking you to do is to follow your regulations to the T with the spirit of the master plan. That's all we're asking you to do. And I believe in doing that, that if this building is not reduced in size from at least a height point of view, it should not exist there. And that would be so that's what I have for now.
Just one point on the regulations. It meets the height requirements. If we're going to follow the regulations to the T, like you suggested, it meets the height requirements. So,
but is it harmonious? Okay, harmonious, compatibility, all those exist in the master plan.
I heard you.
They exist in your regulations. They even exist in the zoning board regulations, okay? I've been through it. I've been reading this stuff.
Yep.
I've been reading a lot. I've been reading a lot about what goes on, not only in this town, but what's going on in other towns, okay? And I can tell you right now, there's people that have the same issues that we have.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? No? Anyone else? Oh, just a moment. Okay, yes, sir, yes. Up, come on up. Oh, I guess we have two of them up. Okay, ladies first.
Hi, my name's Rachel Elkins, 3 Pitcher Point. I would like to, after looking at the building and the parking lot and the fact that all these seniors are in these buildings, I would say that there needs to be more parking in the front of the building so that the seniors don't have to walk all the way back to back of the building. It's quite a distance from their apartments, especially with the weather around here. So I just ask if the more parking could be in the front than in the back, and you know, to keep their lifestyle and not have them go too far away to get to their vehicles. And it was also look better on the front of the building if it was moved back from Route 32. And I think it would probably accommodate the emergency vehicles and the visitors in a better fashion too, so.
Well, it won't fit. They had more parking in the front prior to, but it won't fit due to landscaping and setback regulations and buffer zones and that type of stuff. So that's why they reduced it to the one set of parking spaces in the front there.
Why can't they move the building back a bit?
They probably could, but I would imagine it would run into the glide slope on the airport. I don't know that. I'm just thinking that it probably would. I'll get to you in a moment, Mr. Franks. Yes, you're up.
Yes, sir. My name is Jim Wall, Warmack Road, Swansea. Jim Wall, W-A-L-L, Warmack Road. I just have some comments here. I have no vested interest in this, but as the one gentleman who preceded me, I'm concerned with the possibility of the impact, not only for the community and environmentally and so on and so forth, for first responders. We talked about seniors here. It's going to draw a lot of response from your first aid people, your fire department, your ambulance corps. For the fire department, you got a 4-story structure. They have a ladder truck. I don't know how that equipment works as far as a 4th story, but I doubt that it would go up that high, in my humble opinion, based on my own experiences. And the one thing that we just experienced was a tremendous tragedy right in the proximity of the airport, and very short from the property. You're going to put senior citizens in a 4-story building right along the runway, the airport runway. That just defies the imagination, aside from any sensibilities about Swansea rural character. I just don't understand why someone would even want to do that. I just don't see it. And I'll close with, I've watched 7-story building go up in probably about 15 minutes be fully engulfed. I believe we had about 90 families in a 7-story building. About 15 minutes, I watched it go up, fully engulfed. We don't have the resources here. You got mutual aid, and in the time frame it takes to get all of these apparatus came from surrounding communities, it spells disaster. I just don't think this is a great idea. My opinion.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan, Mr. Franks, or are you
Yeah,
speaking
he's
for
going
him?
to follow me if you don't mind, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Yep.
So I just want to speak to that because, Mr. Wall raised a lot of great concerns. But there are concerns that we have worked with and addressed with the fire department. The fire department has actually reviewed this project. They are happy with the emergency access. They have no problems with the height because the height does meet your regulations, does meet the master plan. In fact, your height standards in town, I believe, allows heights up to 65 feet if it's municipal buildings or, light towers or things of that nature. The capacity of the ladder truck in town, it's my understanding, through working through variances on height on a number of application, is about 70 feet. So they have more than enough resources to service this facility. We're happy to have been part of the ambulance facility that is under construction right down the road on Route 10. Certainly will be in close proximity to a lot of people in the community. I think that's a great thing. But there hasn't been any issues raised from any departments relative to providing service or responses to this facility. I think that's important. I'm not saying those aren't real concerns. I mean, accidents happen every day. That certainly was a tragedy out on Route 10 in Hope Chapel's parking lot. But this is a permitted use in the area. I mean, people are occupying buildings through this area all the time. We're doing a lot of multifamily development, in this, I would say the airport corridor, if you will, that even extends, into Keene. And I think there's a lot of mutual aid and resources, and I think that's a good thing. And it's a good thing that they've reviewed this project and that they haven't expressed any concerns. And that kind of circles back to the goal, the goals and objectives of the site plan regulation, is to make sure we're designing something that's safe. And we've addressed all of those criteria. I mean, all we can do is rely on the departments to review these projects and to offer their feedback. We're tied into municipal water. We've located hydrants on site in locations that they've asked for, and so on. And as it relates to, value and things of that nature, we did submit an appraisal, with this application a little while back, and that showed, certainly that there's going to be this property. This is a huge investment. There's going to be a tax positive result from this investment in town. And that's going to contribute to a lot of different, budgets and components. The renters and quality of life, that's always a tough topic for me because people get to decide where they live. And, there's a lot of choices that people need to make and where they're going and what they appreciate about a certain location, whether it's location to their family and relatives, proximity to, events that they like to attend and so on. This property does have, green space area out in the back. And there is, and Mr. Franks will touch on it, there is some management and some, benefits that come along with that are services for residents of this facility. So, that's a tough topic to, to really go down. There's no requirements locally for us to provide, a certain number of amenities or things of that nature. So it's not like we're not meeting a zoning or a planning standard, but we definitely want to share, what is offered and what's provided and why we think people are going to live here. In fact, it's proven. I mean, our client has other properties where, he's had great success in people, moving to them. So it's clear that there's, a lot of people in the neighborhood that are not happy with this proposal. But this proposal does meet all of your regulations and requirements. And, and if it didn't, we would be going through that and addressing comments. We're happy to add landscaping if there's a concern relative to the parking calculation and how that's been interpreted. That's not a problem. So if that's a concern that the board has and they want us to rework that calculation, that's easily achieved. We would add basically what that would consist of, just so everybody knows. We would bump this parking excuse me, we would bump this parking back, probably one space. And we would add another island in the middle of those parking bays. That would be it. And that would address, a difference in opinion or interpretation as it relates to the landscaping. And we would be happy to do that if the board feels that that's necessary. We thought we met the regulations. We think that, we've reviewed these calculations with staff. Our goal is to have a plan that meets the regulations and present that to this board. There's differences of opinions in how things are interpreted. There isn't a definition of parking area in the regulation. And so these are things that have to be reviewed and talked about. And we appreciate the dialogue and we look forward to, addressing any concerns that the board might have as it relates to that. And if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I'll allow Mr. Franks to come up.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and board members, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jack Franks, Avenue Development. With specific regard to the values in the area, as Mr. Brannon stated, there was an appraisal that was done that said there is no impact to values in the area. With specific regard to the traffic, we do have a letter and curb cuts from DOT, and that was all thoroughly vetted at the zoning board. So we've gone through that process there, and of course I know you have your own process. With regard to the 62 and over senior housing aspect portion of this, this is a 62 and over senior housing project. And through the Land Use Restriction Act that will be accompanying this deed restriction, for at least the next 30 years, and most likely beyond that in perpetuity, this will become and stay a 62 and over senior housing facility. So at the facility, there are plans to have amenities there for seniors, community room, likely with a kitchenette so that people can cook and they can have time together. There'll likely be a coffee station there or a water station so that folks can sit. I believe we have at least one, maybe two libraries that are planned for people to congregate and to meet for social events. And I do believe that we also, and I have to double check this with Tim, but the architect, but we also have a game room as well. So there will be opportunities for people to meet, congregate, and enjoy their time at the facility. And of course, as Chad stated, that these seniors will make their decision if they want to live there or not. The need in the area is overwhelming. Of course, we know that our research shows that some of these facilities that have waiting lists are in excess of 7 years, 8 years. So the management company that will be handling this property, Hodges Management, does have a tenant selection plan. They do have a tenant management plan. They do have a snow removal plan. And all of those have been in place at other facilities for years. And they build off those that have been reviewed by the State Housing Finance Authority and have been approved. So there's a lot of measures and a lot of great plans that are going to be implemented when this facility is built so that we ensure that we cover everything. Now, every facility is a little bit different, and if there's something that needs to be adjusted, then those adjustments will be made. But there is an enormous amount of time, effort, energy that goes into these, and this is just not one facility. This is a facility for seniors that are all over the state. So we build off systems that are already in place and make improvements specific to sites and try to come up with a better tenant management plans at each facility and grow in a positive way each time that one of these facilities are built. So be happy to answer any other questions that anybody has.
Thank you, Mr. Franks. Yep. Any questions from the board?
I have a question. I do have a question. You,
I cannot hear.
I think it's very obvious conception of 62 and up that we're presented with. I'm well older than 62. I drive a car. I would drive anything. I'm not unable to drive. And I like to move. I like to be out. I like to be outside. I don't see any place here for anybody to be outside and enjoy recreation at their home. But my main question was, still find 76 families of 62 and over who want to live here in this four-story building in this location. What will you do then?
The age-restricted aspect of this will not change. There will be market studies that are done, commissioned by the State Housing Finance Authority to ensure that the facility does have adequate tenants in a region and area that will want to live there. So that's a hurdle that we have to do internally before any financing or any monies are allocated to a project of this size and scope. So nobody, including equity investors that are going to be investing into the community, will move forward or allocate funding of any kind, even though we have an approval from a zoning board and hopefully from a planning board, without this being thoroughly vetted at that level. So we'll know those answers before anything is built or a shovel gets put into the ground.
Thank you, Mr. Franks. Did you say before that the age requirement on this project lasts for 30 years or more? Is that what you meant on that when you were speaking before?
I did, yes. And my understanding is that the funding mechanism for this particular project will be a 4% bond deal, and I believe that it's 30 years. I do know that with the 9% tax credit projects, Mr. Chairman, that is 60 years or greater. So it will stay at least for that length of time. And I do know from personal experience in dealing with the State Housing Finance Authority that their preference is for these developments to remain exactly as they are, as either workforce housing or senior housing in perpetuity. So the likelihood that in year 15, after the compliance period is done with the equity investor, I will hopefully still own the project, and I expect to for my company, and we would most likely then apply for additional tax credits at that point from a rehab perspective, so that we could come back with additional funding and beautify the project and add to it and change anything that's outdated. And as I spoke earlier last time around, there are significant amounts of reserves that are put in place for this project in case anything breaks or we have anything that needs to be repaired. And so these are well thought out development projects that the state is involved in. And over the course of the last 45 years, they've never had anything foreclosed on. These are very well managed, well maintained, and well funded developments.
Is the age restriction on the deed, is that deeded? Or if you sell the note, does it go with the property? Or we'll say that you sell the property in 15 years or something like that. Is that age restriction still there for the next 15 years?
Yeah, well, we have to have I believe, and I might be getting my wires crossed here, but I do believe that there has to be a nonprofit entity that's involved, that is involved in this process through affordable housing. So my understanding is that it's a minimum of 30 years for the 4% bond, and that's what we'll most likely be applying for through that process. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And I'd also like to say too that this development is with the types of units that we're going to have there is more specific to a senior housing development. So and the way that it's designed is for that process. So it's a senior housing facility for sure.
All right, thank you. Board members, any questions for Mr. Franks? Use your mic there. They can't hear us on the thing.
I'm not sure if this is the proper time or not, but in reference to the appraisals that were cited, I think 3 references are from nowhere near this township. I believe one was in Oregon, one was in Richmond, and I don't know if that's California or Virginia, and one is Boston. Now, they have entirely different densities. What I would like to see is an independent appraiser from the area or that knew the area come in and see what the effect would be on property values in this neighborhood. The other comment that I have is that it seems as though there's a total disregard for the character of the town and the historical character of the town of North Swansea in this building. I first moved to North Swansea in 1951, and at that time, the town was just getting done with being a visiting part of Keene. There used to be a trolley that ran from Keene down along the north end of Wilson Pond. There used to be an outdoor movie theater and swimming there. This is part of the history of North Swansea. And the homes that were built along the Wilson Pond were basically summer cottages for visiting people. Keene, I used to know people that came up from New Jersey to this pond. That's why it is such a hodgepodge of different styles of buildings and sizes. It was an entirely different set of, well, I don't know exactly what I want to say, but it was just historically it was different. And again, this building and what they've done or proposing is totally out of character with the North Swansea area. So again, I'd like to see an independent appraisal with someone that knows the area and how it would affect the town values, home values. And again, I don't know if this is the proper time to.
Well, it is. It's all a part of the discussion. The board has to decide on things. That might be one of the things the board's going to have to decide on, whether that occurs, but it's all part of our discussion tonight. So thank you.
Hey, may I address that topic just real quickly, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, you may.
I would like to say that the element of the appraisal was reviewed pretty thoroughly during the special exception process, because the special exception process actually through the zoning board has more criteria for impact on abutting properties when you're proposing a use change. We're before you this evening talking about a site plan approval, and I'm not aware, and I'm stating this just because I'm not aware, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not aware of anything in your regulations pertaining to this board and the site plan criteria that would require a third-party appraisal from a professional. And professionals evaluate properties of similar characteristics, appraisers, and I'm not an appraiser, so I'm just speaking based on experience, but they have to evaluate properties that have gone up for sale within a certain period of time. So you don't get to pick and choose properties unless they've actually been sold within a current market. And so I'm not sure, I mean, we've provided that information that's been reviewed at length before the special exception in the zoning board, excuse me, and ultimately through the court. I'm not sure what criteria within the site plan regulations we would be addressing as it pertains to that. And, frankly, there's a lot of, and so that's the appraisal part. And then as it relates to the, the Wilson Pond portion, I don't think that anybody can dispute, even your own master plan states that those lots are non-conforming. It's not the direction the town is moving into. If that was what the town was looking for, you wouldn't have a business district across the road. You would have residence district. If you were looking for more residents in that fashion, it would be zoned differently. And so it's very difficult to stand before a planning board and get lectured on the history of the town when this proposal meets your zoning and meets all the criteria, we believe. And so it's a very broad statement that doesn't have any connection to a design necessarily. So we need some guidance if that's the case on that particular. I need to understand where you're going with that particular discussion, because it doesn't seem to be applicable to what we're before you this evening talking about. But as far as the appraiser goes, I would just say I don't understand what the benefit of another appraisal would be when you take a look at a development. In what standard do we have to meet here if we're a conforming use in the zone, and we meet the master plan? What's the impact?
All right, thank you. Thank you. Now, let's see, we have a few. So does anyone have anything different? Now, we know that the building is too high, in your opinion. Just a moment, when we know about the landscaping and the parking lot and those types of things. So we're looking for something different. Yes, sir, you have something different?
Yeah, Ed Grant. What I'd like to do is table this meeting so it's done for tonight, and have somebody put balloons up the height of the building on the corners and on the gable end, if it's a high gable end, if it's a peak roof or whatever, the width and the length of the building, because people don't know how high up is. How high is up? How wide is wide? How long is long? Table the meeting till they can show us where the height of that building is going to be on that lot. Width, length, and height. At the walls and at the peak. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who else? You, ma'am. Yes.
I think that other microphone might be better. This is the court reporter. Thank you so much.
Sorry about. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Vicky Scalera, 33 Lake Street. I guess I just have some. Vicky Scalera. You're welcome. I just would like to say that I understand that this is a permitted building, but I would also like to point out that it is permitted by exception. So when you keep telling me that this is permitted, I take a tiny, tiny bit of offense, and I note that it would not be permitted today. Hence, and I understand we're going by the old rules. I just want to throw that out there. What I don't understand is, I heard something about 118 parking spaces. I know that's old, but you said the drawing had 94. So how did we go? Is that another exception to go from 118 to 94?
I'll just clarify that for you while you're right there.
Okay.
The reason they showed the 94 is because they're going to ask the planning board for a reduction, 20% reduction, and that would be the reduction from the 118. And you can see on the extended part of that drawing, it's kind of light there. That's where the 118 would come out.
Okay. So once again, that's an exception. And then I just, I'm a little confused about the comment that we thought we agreed on something. I've been at these meetings, and so I don't think we've already agreed that the parking is going to be this, or that we didn't need green space. I didn't hear that happen, so I'm just confused.
When the planning board has to deliberate and decide all those types of things.
And then I guess my last, I don't know if it's my last point, but I also recall from the zoning board meeting that they permitted the exception with the caveat, or whatever the wording is, that it had to remain senior housing. So I don't know what 30 years means to anybody or how you enforce that, but my understanding was that there was concern about there being no sidewalks, and that if it was a different use, they were not okay with that, and so that they didn't want children in that site, living in that site.
Okay, thank you. You wanted to speak to that? Have a seat right there.
I just want to say one thing, Mr. Chairman, okay, because I just want to clear one thing up. We're before you seeking a site plan approval for a 62 and older development. We can't change that ever unless we come back before this board and try to change it again through a different site plan approval. And so the plan is to never do that, but I just want to make it clear that there's, you know, we're before you with an application that's specific to 62 and older. And so we can't just change the use on a property to be, you know, market rate housing or anything like that unless we come back, because it has different, everybody here might have a different opinion about a different style housing. And so that requires a different site plan review. So I just want to clear the air about it. Seems to be a lot of concerns or questions about a 30-year restriction. That's only on the funding side. But the restriction is based on your site plan approval. So we're here tonight for 62 and older. Hopefully the board will approve a 62 and older project, and you know, we won't talk about that again. But I just wanted to clarify that because there's been a couple statements made, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. He's talking about a change of use. I don't know whether that would constitute a change of use. I'm not rebutting what you said there, but I'm just not so certain that that would constitute a change of use, and they'd have to come back to the planning board. There's one right down the street right here that was approved many years ago as senior housing, and it's not senior housing anymore. Anyways, ma'am.
My name is Lisa Ryan. I live at 14 Houghton Point. Lisa Ryan. I live at 14 Houghton Point on Wilson Pond. I just had a couple questions. One was, were they asked to get an AOT permit? I hadn't heard anything, and I was just curious. Because of the 250, shoreline protection
They have
act.
several permits
Okay.
that they have to get.
I
We have a
didn't
list
see
of-
that one on there, so I was just asking
we have a
because
list.
it is within the Shoreline Protection Act. The other is not so much a statement anymore. I had this really long speech, which I'm not going to read because I think we're all a little tired of hearing the same thing about harmonious and everything. But I would like to state, sorry, I'm short, a very similar situation that is very close to the same exact project that's going up here. While it's different housing, they have the same issues that we have. And so I just want to give these to you guys to take a look at. They're aerial views of the buildings. All of the apartments that are in our area are all not this high. They are not 4 stories. They all have pitched roofs. They all are gabled. All of the buildings, with the exception of the industrial area, which is further down the road, all are pitched. And I know that he stood up here and said that we shouldn't be mixing and matching business zones, residential zones, but this zone is, I'm pretty sure, a mixed business. And I think business zones are designed because you're separating them. Just my opinion, I'm not sure. Technicalities,
It's
I'm not
business
sure.
zone. It's zone business.
Okay,
There.
well, anyway, I just wanted to hand these to you guys so you could take a look at, the entire neighborhood is on here, aerial views. And
Okay.
this does not fit that at all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So does anyone else have anything different that we haven't heard yet?
Hi, my name is Jeanette Groom, 6 Pitcher Point, and I'd like to spell my first name for you. It's Ginnette, not J-A, yes. No worries. Okay, so we've been hearing a lot of technical expertise, which is, of course, extremely important. But I'm going to change the pace a little bit. I'm going to talk more to the human aspect of this development. So this morning, I received an email from a colleague of mine, her mother. I have not spoken to her mother about this project at all. She's a senior, she lives in Peterborough, and she sent me this feedback this morning. And I think you'll find it quite interesting.
And I would ask you to please just direct into the mic. I'm having trouble hearing you. Thank you.
Okay, so the woman's name is Betsy Gilchrest, Gilcreast. She lives in Peterborough. Her daughter lives in Swansea. So that's kind of her connection to looking in this area. And she says, our name is on the list for the Ashwilat River housing in Swansea. A cute place, looks like a little village of Cape-style cottages, lovely setting. I have been interested in this particular subject for several years, since first visiting two-story Woodland Heights in Peterborough, a nice building set back from the main road, parking lot out front, nice landscaping. But in my head, I was thinking, if this might be my last home, and even though we are financially strapped, which limits our options, I want it to feel like home, not an interruption or something temporary. It was then I wondered how many seniors felt the same way. Turns out quite a few. So now I'm going to read the email. That's a little background. In the last decade or so, housing and where that housing is located, a project near to my heart. Look at this sturdy building. Certainly, it'll be up to all codes, building, plumbing, electrical, fire. But the human code, not so much. When I look, what does building say to me? I'm old, must I be punished? So let's take a look. What is it that seniors actually want? How about a place that can be made to look and feel like home, not in a building that screams institution or facility, not in a towering, no-character building that looks like it was just dropped off by Tenements R Us. True, we don't want to be a burden to anyone, nor do we want to watch TV all day or be relegated to a room and a half and a bathroom with a grab bar. No doubt there will be a line of folks wanting to get in. Even with the many accoutrements, canes and walkers of the average senior, we are relatively healthy. We walk, talk, some of us still drive, we get to our doctor's appointments, we do our own shopping, we knit, we have a part-time job, we enjoy a good laugh, have friends, have a library card for decades. So again, we take a look at this building and especially where it is. It's New England. Winter's coming. Do we see a carport? Just something simple to save us from major window scraping and keep us out of the way of the building's driveway snowplows. Come spring in Swansea, a daily walk would be nice. So what? Meet me on runway number 1? Or perhaps we can take a stroll, sort of loop around Pitcher Point. But are we agile enough to dodge uneven ground or a pothole? Or fast enough to get out of the way of the veering mail truck, or prepared enough for the fence dog that manages to make us jump? You get the idea. Plus, in our heart of hearts, we also know we are walking through neighborhoods that wish our new home, were simply someplace else. Still spring. Look on the positive. We've brought along a few houseplants, but our heart and hands have always tended a garden. Is there a place for one here? Nothing elaborate, a raised bed or two, a simple thing, but calming, relaxing, good for the environment, etc. As for seniors who no longer drive, well, hey, there's always the mini mart, the Swanzey Circus, and the very lovely Adams Consignment Shop that carries exactly what we got rid of before we moved here. The restaurant, how many early bird specials or senior scrambled eggs can we eat? We also come to realize no laundry facilities of our own, so we won't be able to do laundry when we want to anymore, only when a machine is available. Still, as we climb into bed, promising not to think about a small plane flying into our window, we can't help wondering this building's designers and the other wheelers and dealers, real estate developers, and zoning board gurus, and make no mistake, they're quite entrenched at this point, where are their parents living, if not still in their own home? Hopefully, somewhere that's senior-friendly, where great value is placed on that human code I mentioned earlier. 4 stories of a blah building wedged on a small parcel of land just doesn't cut it.
All right, thank you. You done?
And I just wanted to read a little something as well that I noticed on Avenru's website. When you go to their website, their mission statement includes the following: when designing and developing senior, workforce, or market rate multifamily housing, we can do it better, faster, and less expensive than anyone else, producing a superior finished product. So to me, that mission statement doesn't include a company that really wants to conform to the neighborhood, to take time, to make changes, to change the design, to have it accommodate the community and the town. And that's right on their website. It's their homepage, and that's part of their mission statement. So I thought that was important to share. I also have some further comments about the roof, but I don't know if somebody else wants to talk first, so I can come back and do that.
While you're there, let's hear them.
Okay, I have to go get my notes.
Okay.
Okay, so I'd like to ask the planning board to please require the developer to show additional plans for a different type of roof that will somehow soften this building, which is like a cookie cutter building that's just plopped down on a plot of land. So I think that they need to provide more of a pitched roof, similar somewhat to the development on Route 10. And I would like to read a little excerpt from the minutes, the planning board minutes from May 27th, 2021, which was this comment I'm going to read was following a discussion about the pitched roof, the flat roof, the gabled roof, the pitched roof. And I quote from the minutes. This is page 3 of the minutes out of page 9 from May 27th, 2021. Scott Self said, "It is the planning board purview to make sure the neighborhood remains consistent in appearance." He referred to the site plan review regulations requirement that the harmony and compatibility of a project be compared to existing site and neighborhood. Johnson said, "It is not just a personal preference when we say we prefer the gable roof designed. We are representing the people who have elected us, and residents are not happy with a flat roof design. It is a preference for the people of Swanzey." Scott Self said, "We have to do the job the citizens expect." So I would expect, as many of these people here, I think this evening would expect, that we get the same courtesy from the planning board about our neighborhood in relationship to this proposed development. That being said, I actually have, I have a lot of information, but of course we've heard a lot of it already. So, but I'm just going to run through a few additional comments and thoughts that I had, and I did make some handouts, so I'd be happy to share those with you.
Bring them up.
You as well. Okay. Additional thoughts regarding design of the proposed project, providing reasons why the town should require the developer to soften the roof design, aligning the buildings more with the surrounding neighborhood. And some of these points have been brought up already, so they'll just be brief. So Route 32 is a Class 2 highway. It's very different than the Class 1 highway, Route 10 and Route 12. It's more of a rural route through the town of Swansea, and it gives more of the country feel. So I believe that this requires more of that country feel to the building. Not all business districts are the same. They may have the same type of regulations, but this lot is on the edge of the business district, bordered by small businesses and single-family homes. An abrupt change in the architecture and the design is simply inappropriate. Pitched roofs change the total feel of the complex. Welcoming residents into the character of the town and the neighborhood must be a priority of the planning board. We don't want them to feel isolated, which is what Betsy had mentioned, that people would wish that the building was someplace else where they lived. The developer must conform to the neighborhood in which they have chosen to build. It was their choice to come here. It was their choice to build on that plot of land. So they have to adapt to us. We've been here much longer than they have. I know they're providing a housing service. However, as you've heard, many people say it just does not belong here. The current design of the buildings is disrespectful to the town and to the neighborhood. Little effort has been put into blending them into their surroundings. Putting a few extra windows in is not going to make much of a difference. The aesthetics of a building is one of the principal aspects considered in architecture. The appeal of a building covers the combined effects of a building's shape, size, texture, color, balance, and it goes on with some other qualities. And in the minutes of May 27th, Jack Franks made a comment that he felt that the aesthetics were related to color. They're obviously related to many more things than color. In the packet for tonight, actually there's the letter written by the Appraisals Unlimited to Avenru dated March 16th, 2020. The aim of the review is to obtain a neutral, professional, and qualified opinion and thorough analysis of the proposed project plan, about market values, and if it's injurious, obnoxious, or offensive to the neighborhood. All of the assumptions in the study regarding the project are based on information presented by the owner. So Avenru supplied them with information, so it's maybe not necessarily objective information is what I'm saying. So in this letter, the first consideration is the proposed design. The proposed project was indicated to be a 76-unit multifamily property with an age restriction 62 plus, 4-story structure, limited exterior features through the subtle use of shape and pattern. The muted color and white trim appear throughout the exterior, which should make this facility approachable and in tune with the surrounding uses. A little bit of white trim is not going to do it either. Just like those windows. Design of the structure was limited to the architectural graphic as provided below, and they showed the actual buildings. And the building design would be appealing for this use throughout the larger market, and similar designs have been seen throughout the Northeast state. It would not cause any visual eyesore. Well, you know, you can't, as people had mentioned, you can't have a 4-story building. You're going to be seeing it for, you know, just way down the road. It just doesn't belong here. You know, there's not much more else I can say about that. The larger market, was it a city? As that might make it more acceptable, but we are a small town, which makes it not appropriate. And what about the Northeast state? We all know something that is appropriate for Keene is not necessarily appropriate for Swanzey. So stating that it is accepted in the Northeast state does not necessarily have any bearing on Swanzey. Number 8, it is not up to the town to conform to the developer's image of housing. It is quite the opposite for the developer to adapt their design to the location on which they have chosen to build. Again, this was their choice. And I know it was public water and public sewer, and that was very inviting, but that was really the only thing that allowed them to choose this lot. Nothing else really conforms. The sheer magnitude of the proposed development is completely out of proportion to the surrounding area. From the viewpoint of Aviation Way, which slopes downward, the 4-story buildings would appear as though they were really 5 stories. When you think about the elevation of the Aviation Way of the road. And then I included some of the pitched roof buildings to the north, to the south, to the east. And to the west, the airport runway, of course, and 1-story hangars with a dome shape and pitched roofs. So I respectfully ask the planning board of the town of Swansea to require Avonroot to provide alternate plans and further study into the roof design for this multifamily development. A pitched roof would soften the harshness of the current box shape, thus being more inviting to future tenants and being more acceptable to longtime residents in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Ann Heffernan. Ann Heffernan, Heffernon, 16 Houghton Point. And yes, I'm going to address parking for one moment. Bear with me. If we're using the 2022 rules for parking, there should be no reason for a further reduction in the required spaces. The LIHTC, which is a low-income housing acronym, study included in the packet that you got was taken from New Hampshire housing projects which were closer to services and/or had public transportation available. For instance, for the age-restricted respondents in the survey that they did, public transportation was less than a mile away on the average, as were grocery stores. Also, the study states that 14% of the residents in age-restricted housing were employed. The folks living in this development will be driving or having drivers come to them for transportation, for deliveries, for entertainment, what have you. And because you don't see it in your packet, you only see the first page, and the rest of it is a link to a study. Our score is a 3, meaning we are 1 to 5 miles away from any services, and we don't have local transportation at this point that would come to that development. And the other thing I wanted to mention is, in terms of the 5-year wait list for housing, that's not true. Many of the elderly housing units in the area have a 1-year wait. You could see, or we could send you that information. And if you look in the paper today, there's 2-bedroom age-restricted senior housing in Winchester available.
Thank you.
My name is Bill Hattendorf. Hattendorf, Hattendorf. I'm at 7 Pitcher Point. We're looking out the window. Well, our house is under reconstruction. You may have noticed driving by, but looking out of the second floor window, we see the entirety of what the new building would be. It blocks out the sun from many people who live across the street. I wasn't planning on standing up tonight. My wife and I fell in love with Swanzey more than 20 years ago, bought our home on Wilson Pond. It was a delightful place. Actually, the house was a pit, but we've remodeled it and we're continuing to do that. I was really struck, though, by what the gentleman who's done most of the talking tonight said earlier when he said we have a choice in where we live. And we do. We chose Swanzey. We love this town. I sat in on some board meetings like you all and really thought that the boards did a wonderful job in representing the community. I'm just asking that you all do that tonight and represent us to say no to this. Well, I was quoted in the paper as calling it an abomination, but really the most offensive part is that it's so big and so overwhelms the neighborhood. It's just not what we need. We had a choice of where we built, but if that structure were there today, there's no way we would have purchased a house across the street. It just is not in keeping with the neighborhood. We found a neighborhood we love, and we want to keep the neighborhood that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jay Ward again, 16 Houghton Point. I have sort of a broader issue, and you may, I'm not sure whether this is really in the purview of the planning board, but it's up for you to decide that. So I'm going to go ahead and talk about it. I asked Sarah to share with you the housing letter from Southwest, which was used in the zoning board decision a couple years ago. And I hope it made its way to you. But basically, this is a study that makes the case for senior housing in the area, but it states that additional housing should be accompanied by increased transportation and safety resources. And the letter refers to Swanzey's Complete Streets policy and design guidelines, which seeks to promote access, mobility, efficiency, and connectivity of the municipality's transportation network that will promote access, mobility, affordability, and public health. The policy discusses, quote, coordinating with the New Hampshire Department of Transportation and other partners in achieving these ends in cases where infrastructure is not owned or maintained by the town. In the town's Complete Streets guidelines, it discusses considering sidewalk and pedestrian crossing infrastructure on Lake Street. For state routes like 32, it discusses making complete streets improvements as well, especially where connectivity is needed, such as connectivity to a transit stop or connectivity to nearby sidewalks. Is the town prepared to support this development by working with the state, HCS, and others to establish transportation options and highway safety for pedestrians? About 100 people will be added, at a minimum probably, to this area. And the three developments along Route 32 together are likely to add more than 400. And it should be noted that the current friendly bus, which swings down 32 and over to 12 along Lake Street, operates only the second and fourth Tuesdays of each month, which would not be adequate for a development of this size, trying to get to the grocery store or something like that. So I want to just, there's a broader sort of impact on the town for a building like this. And I don't know if that's something that planning board should consider or not, but having this building here is going to mean the town is going to have to provide additional resources out of the tax revenue that we're going to get from the building or whatever. So it's an issue for the town to think about in terms of planning, which I think is part of the planning board. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Carol McIntyre Peel. I live in North Swansea, north of Wilson Pond, so I'm not part of the Wilson Pond people, but I do have some real serious concerns. And following on the gentleman before me, is that I wouldn't be here if this was a small establishment going up, but a large one, 76 new cars being added to Route 32. How many of you have tried to get onto Route 12 from Route 32? How many of you have tried to get down to the roundabout and get onto Route 12 from Route 32, adding 76 more cars daily? And then the other option is walking. There's no sidewalks on Route 32. If these people are going to walk over to the Sitco station, they're taking their lives in their own hands trying to cross. I don't think a large development is an appropriate thing for this site. Thank you.
Thank you. I think they know that. How many people are on Zoom anyway?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the comment that was made.
The comment was, if you are on Zoom, are you aware that you can raise your hand and ask a question?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. And yeah, do any of them have any questions? You don't see any hands. Yeah. There are 8 people on Zoom. Yes, sir.
Okay. David Hoyt, H-O-I-T-T. Yes, David Hoyt, H-O-I-T-T, Spring Street. I just wanted to touch on an item that Jeanette Groom brought up that is from the appraisal study. I just want to go a little more deeply into that. And the conclusion they reach, after saying that these designs have been seen throughout the Northeast state, is the following. Therefore, the basic design and appearance is considered to be well accepted It would not cause any visual eyesore that would impact the area. Well, I find that conclusion to be absolutely false. I disagree with that. This design might be acceptable in areas of Manchester or Salem, but I think it is highly inappropriate for the Swanzey location. I really think Swanzey deserves a building that is an asset to the town and not an eyesore. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Judy Leary, 6 Houghton Point. Leary, yeah. I don't know if any of you are aware of it or not, but my neighbor, Jay and Mary, she was probably your worst nightmare. Verna.
Please speak in the mic a little more, ma'am. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Jay and Mary Verna, they live next door to me. They sold a year ago because of this. And they sold well under market value if anybody wants to look at that. So, and I wouldn't be here either if it was 2 stories. We're not against housing, but we are against this. It's, you know, making it yellow and green and putting in more windows. That didn't help at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I've been notified that someone has their hand up on Zoom.
Yes. Yes, this is Barbara Scully, and I'm just curious. I call it Haley Heights because that's what I remember.
Go ahead, Barbara. I'm sorry.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes. you can.
Oh, okay. So when Haley Heights, and I'm not sure what it is now, but I'm sure the board, many of the board know what I'm talking about. The apartments on Route 10 across from Gamarlos, when they were built, they were required to put in sidewalks. Is that something that you can also ask this developer to do in this situation?
Oh, we could, but the sidewalks would go nowhere. Down there, the sidewalks had a place to go. There was already a sidewalk system down in that area of town. And I think that's why the planning board required them to do that. Here, we could ask them to put sidewalks in. I don't know if the state would go along with it or not because it'd be along Route 32. So it's a kind of a different scenario there, I think.
Well, except that if somebody was to walk along 32 to get to Park Ave, to get to Sam's, or to get to, like they were saying, the Citgo station or something like that, I mean, they would need access from Route 32 to get that far. So, and Route 10 was a state road too. So yeah, they needed permission, I guess, for that too, but.
Right. Yep.
So there are places for them to go if they could do it safely. And there also might have to be some way for them to safely cross Route 32.
I meant places for the sidewalk to go to where the sidewalk would end up onto another sidewalk is what I was referring to.
Well, the sidewalk would get you up to as far as Park Ave, say. And then
So you're suggesting that they put sidewalk in from this development to Park Ave?
Well, or, you know, I'd have to look at a map because I wasn't really looking at this, but to where they would have access to the, you know, facilities that are available on Route 12.
Okay, thank you. Was there anything else?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan, you're going to address that?
Well, I just wanted to offer some information relative to that. The state Department of Transportation in the past has not allowed sidewalks to be constructed adjacent to their highway for a number of reasons. One would be the town would have to accept maintenance of that sidewalk because the state does not maintain the sidewalks. And typically, and I can tell you, I mean, we work in communities all across the state with the Department of Transportation. Typically in areas that they might allow it, the town has to accept the ability to have the ability and infrastructure to maintain it. And they also have to have a sidewalk plan, like a master plan adopted. And so we will not be allowed to build a sidewalk within the state's right of way until, you know, the town has those means or that planning done, unfortunately.
All right, thanks for clearing that up. And is there anyone else who has something that might be a little different here?
Just one more quick question. I'm sorry about this. I forgot it earlier. Will pets be allowed in this facility?
Let's find out. Mr. Franks, will pets be allowed in the facility?
I'm assuming yes, but the selection plan and management plan is yet to be finalized, so we haven't even got to that point yet. But at other facilities, there are pets that are allowed.
All right, thank you.
So my follow-up question is, where will people walk their dogs?
There's actually plenty of room to walk dogs out in the back of the property. The back of that site is larger than most of the lots that exist on the other side of the road. They're probably about 3 times the lots that are the size of the lots that exist across the road, just to put it in perspective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And is there any other comment that we have on this? Yes, state your name, please.
Hello, I'm James Elmore. Elmore, Elmour. And I'm going to do something a little different. Because really, my questions are for you.
Just address me, and I will address him.
They've been on their phones this whole time. I thought they might have a good reason to pay attention.
I think he's paying attention. Just go ahead.
Okay. So I have grown up here for the last 10 years or so. I went to Monadnock, was a state champion in cross country, have felt welcomed and warmed, and as though this community has been an incredible place to grow up. And following that, I went on to business school, and for a while I was going, wow, I should really be a real estate developer. Met with some really big cat guys out in New York, and I'm just very thankful I'm not now. Because I understand that business and capitalism don't necessarily focus on doing what's right as much as they do what's allowed, and that talking and strong-arming local communities that don't have the infrastructure or the plans to deal with these incoming developments, that it's possible and you can get away with it, and a recession's coming, so what's better to build than low-income senior housing? Devalue everybody in the neighborhood's property, and I'm the only one here who's not going to be able to live there in 30 years. But everybody else in here is going to have to live somewhere. And sure, people can choose where they want to live, but they don't really have an option. That's why we have to have grants for you to build this low-income housing. This isn't someone's choice, but they have to be there. My grandmother was the one who wrote the letter earlier. She's going to have to live in a facility like this. And when you do the bare minimum to make it allowed, and you don't become a part of the community, but you strong-arm it, and when you're not actually taking care of the people who live in these facilities, it goes beyond what's acceptable by code, because you don't have your own code. And everybody here deserves better than that. Members of the community deserve better than that. And I could and should be up here doing the same thing. If I wanted to prepare for the recession and own as many low-income buildings as I could, try and get money from the government to do so. And yeah, it's not going to be senior housing in 30 years, because if you've got this property, unless the interest rates and your institutional investors pull out, you're going to have the money that you won't need to rely on the government for this for 30 years.
Just let me interrupt you. Do you have a question on the site plan? We're discussing a site plan, not economics tonight. I understand your point, and you've made your points, but something
Can
on the
this site plan be supported as interest rates rise in the real estate market in the next month, if I'm not mistaken?
The answer to that is yes, and it is going to be discussed as this project moves forward. And I would like to state on the record that I am incensed by your comments. I was on the phone. My dad is at Dartmouth Medical Center, has been there for 5 weeks. He's dying. And my sister and my family and I are communicating as this goes on. So if you need to know, that's the reason why. Okay? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else have further comments on the site plan?
Jeanette Groom, 6 Pitcher Point. I just wanted to read, in conclusion to this lovely meeting, I just would like to read from, this was an article that was part of the packet from the developer at the zoning board meetings, maybe the first zoning board meeting. I'm not sure if we've had quite a few of those. It is from New Hampshire Realtor Magazine. I'm not quite sure exactly what the year, winter 2020. Okay, it's an article about New Hampshire's median price for housing is at an all-time high. It's great news for the market, but it may be squeezing some out. So the last paragraph of this article, I think is appropriate to end with. Federal incentives for towns that create more housing options is an interesting one, but the solution ultimately has to come from state and local leaders. Housing really does define your community's identity, how we live and interact with our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that might tie it up for the comment. I don't see anyone else. All right, board members want to chime in on what we've learned tonight? Anybody? We've learned that they don't like the building, and the parking is a problem, and let's see, the vegetation around the building, I think that 10-foot vegetation around the building was brought up. Let's see, buffer zones on the north and the south side were brought up. Oh, yeah, and the change in the architectural plans.
Having a hard time hearing you, Chairman.
Oh, sorry about that.
Thank you.
I was just reiterating or noting what was brought up at the meeting here.
Okay.
And the planning board is going to chime in and discuss it and see where we want to go from here. And where might that be? Who has anything to add here on it? Now, we could. The height of the building, I know it, but also if it's allowed height-wise, you don't have too far to go there. It's just, I was talked at the beginning of the meeting about what the planning board can waive and what they cannot waive, and that's part of our zoning ordinance, which is set by the voters. All of us voted on it. All of them voted on it too. So the height stays as long as they can meet the height restrictions. It kind of has to. They can lower it if they want to, but the board, I don't feel anyways that the board can require that. And also we had discussed, or we didn't discuss yet, about having a pitched roof on this building, and it was brought up about the pitched roof on the building that we required over in West Swanzey, well, in this West Swanzey here where we are. So, and in my opinion, again, that was there. That building was directly across the street, 3-story, which had pitched roofs on it, and the entire neighborhood there was focused on that type of architecture, as opposed to, again, in my opinion, this part of the airport over there. There are all kinds of different roof sections and sizes and scapes. There's development, I think it's the 251, maybe not, whatever it was, across from Nanotechnologies there. They're going to be a flat roof. They have facades on them, but you're right. Yeah, behind trees, that is correct. That's correct, but I'm addressing the board, but I will address your concerns about that. What I'm getting to is that if we require this, and we may, I don't know, it's a board decision, but if the board requires to have a pitched roof on there, then it's probably going to be disputed in court. And when the court looks at it, they're going to look at the entire surrounding area, all the roof lines there, everything we've approved in that area, and take that in consideration, not just the neighborhood, not just the residences across the street. They're going to take into consideration all the business use around there. And I doubt that we would win that argument as far as having a pitched roof on there. We want it down here just because of the precedent of the building across the street mainly, and other structures in the area. But that's why I'm talking about the pitched roof in that regard.
But did you approve the airport building?
No, we didn't approve it, but I'm saying if that is contested, that will be taken into consideration, regardless of whether the planning board approved it or not.
And Mr. Chairman, will you help me hear what people are saying? I can't hear if they're off the mic.
Oh, well, I think you can probably discern what I'm saying by, what they're saying by what I'm answering to them.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay.
There are multiple businesses with flat roofs next to it, including the brewery, the storage unit, the mold pro, the whole entire woolen mill, the whole thing there. There's also an apartment building not far from there on the corner of North Winchester and California Street. That white building, apartment building, has a almost entirely flat roof with little sticking out pitch.
Okay, what she had said was she's comparing other buildings in the area in the corridor on West Swanzey by the building that we've been talking about that that actually is going up right now, that we had required them to put a pitched roof on, and saying that there are other buildings in that area that had flat roofs on them, and there are in that area, but there are. You take a look at there's. I'm sure you did. There's Evergreen Knoll up there, pitched roof. There's Riverbend. Those are all apartment houses, pitched roof. There's one directly. I heard you, yeah. And there's the one across the street, which was Haley Heights, formerly Haley Heights, pitched roof. That is why we won that battle. And it's, again, it's my opinion. It's a board opinion. If the board thinks that we could win that battle, then maybe so. But that's what we're discussing with the board. You had something to say on this. If it's going to be lengthy, just come up to the microphone. I know you're up there for a second, but.
Scott, I just wanted to ask you for clarification. You said you thought the height was locked in. I think it's the density that's locked in.
No, the density is locked in because of the 2020 zoning requirements, but the height restriction is a zoning ordinance as well.
Understood, but I thought when you look at architectural plans, you had some flexibility about saying what those architectural plans, whether they were applicable or sufficient. So couldn't you say the 76 units are approved, but they could be put into a different plan, which had 2-story height or 3-story height? Couldn't you ask for that?
Oh, we can ask for it, yes, yeah. But I'm just saying that if the height allows that size of the building there, then the height allows it.
Well, yes, but does that mean the architecture fits in with the neighborhood? And, in other words, yes, the height's allowed, but you have the option to say, in this particular case, we need to find a different way of getting those units in there that isn't so high. That's what we're asking for.
It's an interesting point. I'm not so certain that the planning board could follow that strategy. Just a moment. Mr. Brennan, were you up there for something?
Mr. Chairman, I'll follow and address the comments that the abutters our community members are making. I just wanted to address a number of comments that proceeded. So in the interest of allowing people to speak and hopefully coming to a conclusion on the public hearing, I'll address a few of them at the end, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Why is it that you would have the last word?
There was someone else that was going to get up and speak. Was it you?
Yes, David Hoyt. I wonder if the board would please look at a mansard roof design. I think that would make a huge difference in the design of this building. I'd be glad to send an email.
Just, can you describe what you're talking about?
It actually would take it would be a sloping roof on the top floor. Basically, that top floor would become roof. It would break up the blockiness of the building considerably.
So you're talking about a gable roof, is what you're talking about?
It probably could be considered to be a type of gable roof. I know I've seen some designs that I thought were particularly attractive, and I think it's well worth looking into.
All right, thank you.
Is there a way I can forward a picture to the board?
No,
to take a look
if
at?
If we ask them to come back for a pitched roof or a gabled roof or whatever it is, they will have to submit the designs for it, and the planning board will look at it. We can't really dictate what they should do, if you follow what I mean. You know, we can suggest, yeah, a gabled roof, but that can cover anything. Just as we did down here, we had them submit the 3 designs, and we chose the design that we went with, and that's what we went with it. We didn't draw one out and give it to them to say, this is what we want.
Okay.
We can't really do that.
I wanted to try to present a picture of one only because there's quite a variety. And I think there's one particular style that would be particularly helpful.
If they are entertaining that, and we will put them to you in contact with you, and you can talk to them about it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, it's been 3 hours. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Is that okay with the rest of the board? A 5-minute recess? Okay, 5-minute recess.
That one gives some perspective.
Okay, it's been almost 10 minutes, so I'm going to call the meeting back to order. And where's Mr. Lane? I don't see him here. Oh, there he is over there. Okay. All right. So let's decide what we're going to do. So we have some issues here that the planning board has to talk about. That was going to speak before? Oh yeah, she was going to speak before, is that correct? You had something different? You were almost ready to speak before we took a break there.
Got it. I don't really know that it's something different. However, I just wanted to reiterate again about the pitched roof, a different roof, because this building, you know, whether they maintain the 4 stories or not, I don't know what's going to happen, but if they maintain the density and the building maintains the 4-story height, and it's so visible that it's even more visible. So it even requires more, as I said before, softening all the edges. It's a cookie cutter building, literally. And what they said on their website, they build fast and want to build cheap. That's what they said on their website.
Yep.
So they don't seem to be willing to conform to the town's requirements. And the town requires, looking at the neighborhood, establish, the history of the neighborhood and how it presents itself today, and you need to require them as a planning board to present options for a different type of style roof. I don't know, I'm not an architect, I don't know all the different roofs that are out there, but I think that this is unacceptable. We all know that. And they talk about in the appraisal letter that's packet, they talk about the white trim and how attractive that is, and that's a very subjective statement. It doesn't make the building more feasible for the neighborhood, the white trim they talked about, and the green and the yellow color. That's really not enough. It's a huge building on a tiny plot of land, and it's going to be an eyesore, not for the people just who live here, but the people, as Victoria had said, were driving past. It changes the entire character of the town. And if that's what the town wants, that's a problem from my perspective. And I really, again, would like to reiterate, because of the size and the massive surface area of the building, that you require them to show you options for a different roof. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Franks?
Thank you. I'd like to just clear the record up here that nowhere on my website does it say cheap. It says better, faster, and less expensive. We've spent years developing modular technology that allows us to build faster for less money. And for the record, in New Hampshire Housing's portfolio, I have the 2 most energy efficient buildings in the state of New Hampshire. So I just want to clear that up so that you're aware of that. Not that it matters, but I think that everybody here should know that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In just a moment, Mr. Franks, while you're up there, I probably don't have to ask this, but what is your opinion on a different roof style?
This particular building is designed with a flat roof to meet the restrictions for the height. We have a glide slope issue there, and it's not feasible at this location.
All right, thank you.
And the energy efficiency thermal envelope has been designed such that this is a flat roof, which will accommodate the energy envelope that we have for this particular building. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now it's the board members here. Is there something different? Yes, it is. Okay, good. You're gonna come up and tell a joke.
I could, but, so in the packet was a real estate appraisal, okay? And there, I don't have it in front of me, I'm doing this from recollection, but there was about 14 different uses in there, and a statement was made along the lines of there'd be less impact than most of those other uses, okay? I went down that list of uses, and there was 4 that might have the same or more impact, very different impact, but that's not most, okay? There was 10 things I'd rather see on that lot than this huge building, simply because it was a smaller building. It wasn't the use part of it, it was a smaller building. So I don't know where that real estate appraisal came from. In fact, the first thing I did was Google the person's name to see if there was complaints and reviews on that person, right? Because it was just so out of whack with reality.
You were referring to the list of other uses that could be put on that property, aren't you?
Yes.
Referring to that? And none of them said how high those buildings were. You know, you're just assuming that they weren't going to be 4-story buildings.
Well,
There are
a funeral
few
home
on
wasn't
there.
going to be 4 stories,
Yeah, but
right?
there's some uses on there that could be. I'm not saying they would be, and I'm not for it in favor of it, but I'm just pointing out that
I mean,
other uses could be a hotel, for instance, could be a 4-story building.
A hotel could, a motel wouldn't, right? So, yeah, I get it. And the hotel was one of those 4.
And appraisals are subjective by nature. That's the name of the game.
Good old Google.
Thank you. You have something different too, Mr. Brennan?
I have one thing to say, and then I'm hoping the board may consider closing the hearing. But I would just like to state again for the record that the appraisal was provided for the special exception. It was vetted in detail at that level. It's required to be vetted in detail at that level for the special exception to be approved.
It's one of their criteria.
So the narrative of that appraisal was for that stage of the development. Things have been taken a little bit out of context. I understand why, but that's the reality of what it was published and provided for. I think at the planning board meeting in November, somebody asked about it, and so we submitted it again. But that's, it's been on the record for a long time. It's been through the appeal. And it's very much so vetted, but I have nothing else to offer, Mr. Chairman, unless the board has any questions, and we would hope that the board may consider closing the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Now, one more question. It is different, okay.
It's different. I would like to know, and I've been wondering this actually. I remember reading before the zoning board meeting something, and I couldn't find it. I didn't know where it was. But is there a reason that they initially had 99 units and it came down to 76 units? But is there a minimum amount of units that they have to build to get funding? And because I think when you kind of compare it to the one on Route 10, which is 4 acres, that's why it can be 3 stories. This is 2.5 acres. They don't have the space, so they have to go up. And I was just wondering, why is it that they have to have so many units?
Yep, okay. If they feel like answering that, that's fine. If you don't, you don't. It doesn't have much to do with our site plan here. There are some questions. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I think I stated it earlier, under the current economy and the housing need, you have to provide a certain number of units to make a project viable. And, that's what we have, that's what we've been proposing. Every site changes, timings change, fundings change, so this is the proposal for this site. And, it's what makes a project viable. And I don't want to get into detail, but projects get graded based on a number of factors, and the number of units that you're providing is important, because ultimately you need to provide the housing. There's a housing stock deficiency, and there's a need, And that's why we have this proposal before you. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. I've just been notified that Ms. Scully has her hand up on Zoom. Oh, it has? Sorry. Let's hear her question if it's anything different.
Okay.
Barbara
Yes,
Scully.
I just wanted to make a statement that just because our zoning ordinance states that this building can be that height does not mean that it has to be that height. If the planning board deems that that height and that style is inappropriate for our area and that neighborhood in particular, then the planning board has that right. And my other point is as far as sidewalks on Route 10, on Route 32, it can happen. It happened on Route 10, a state highway. It can happen on the state highway on Route 32. So there's 2 points. The height doesn't mean you have to, and sidewalks are possible.
Okay, thank you. Well, you haven't spoken yet, so if you have something different, come on up.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Rodier, and I'm from Rodier, R-O-D-I-E-R. And I live at 25 Hackler Drive, and I've lived there for 15 years. And I commute down Route 32, which I kind of laugh when everyone calls it a highway. It's 30 miles an hour. I cross by Swanzey Lake, and there are ducks crossing the road, sometimes skunks, sometimes rabbits, sometimes deer. I've gotten behind school buses, and it's taken me an extra little bit of time to get where I'm going because the school buses, when they leave, it takes a little while to get down Route 32. So my question is, what is the impact of all of the traffic on a 30-mile-an-hour road? And would you consider the fact that there is a real blockage of people trying to get out to Route 10? Have there been studies done that are going to show the impact of what it's like now to pull out of the dinner table or to pull out of Houghton Point and Pitcher Point when there are so many people now coming from all different directions with the new increase in all these people? So I just want to know what studies have been done on the traffic that's going to be created, whereas sometimes the traffic now is a little difficult, with all the people at Wilson Ponds and all these businesses. I missed the part about why a residence can go into a business side of the street. They're saying, oh, those residents over there, but isn't this a residence that's being built in a commercial place? So that doesn't seem right. And the other thing I'd just like to ask is, if this gentleman's father is dying, why isn't he there? Why is he here conducting business?
That's not part of our meeting. That's not part
It's
of
about the human code, and I would ask, why would the builder consider using this plot for something else when he knows the community is very upset about this? Why can a 4-story building overshadow little cabins on a lake that make that lake so picturesque, a point of tourism? Why can a big building come in and overshadow everyone like that and be an eyesore? I'm sorry,
That's all right. Yeah, but,
it's ruining my town. That's how I feel. It's ruining a cute little drive into town
okay.
to get home.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Well, I unfortunately have the task of addressing repeat comments. So traffic has been addressed. It was addressed at the last meeting. We talked about DOT jurisdiction. We actually supplied the DOT permit earlier this evening to the board. And we did actually a detailed traffic study for the 240 unit development down the road. That came back not requiring any off-site improvements. This is an elderly housing project that is an off-peak user, will have even less, and DOT didn't require a study on this one because that didn't reach their thresholds for a study. And I think the town historically has relied on DOT to be, the policing mechanism for their own roadway. And there's really not a mechanism for the town to impose something on their roadway. And so that's what's been done with this project, just like what's been done with others in the past. And I would just say, I know the sidewalk for the other project that we did in West Swansea, or we worked on with the same applicant, the sidewalk that we built was on Perry Road, not on on the state highway, because once again, we couldn't do one there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, let's, the planning board discuss what we've heard tonight and discuss whether or not we're going to require anything, or if we're going to, it depends if it's different or not, I guess.
I would like to know why you cannot go less than 4 stories, and I want to know how many other housing developments in Swansea that have 4 stories.
Okay, thank you.
The Asher development and the Flatley development, which this board approved, both got height variances. Both are in business district. Well, actually, the Flatley one is technically not, and they both are 4 stories in height.
Thank you. So, planning board members. No, we aren't closing. You'll know about it when I close it. I think anyway, unless I forget. Sometimes I forget to open them. But anyway, no, the planning board is going to discuss what we've heard tonight, discuss whether or not we will close or want to close a public hearing, and whether or not we want the developer to come back with further information, or we've got enough. That's what we're talking about here. And the further information probably would be, do we want them to meet the 10%, I think it's 10% green space in the parking lot there, which they said they can meet. That's fine, they can do it. And let's see, the vegetation maybe around the building, whether or not that was in play, but it was mainly the parking area in the back. Now, they can meet that 10% requirement, recalculate it, and move the parking lot back, like they said they were going to do, and could do it. They got space to do it. There's land back there to do that, but then you're ending up with more pavement back there. So, there's a trade-off there. And another thing in my mind seeing that is that snow removal is going to be a problem in there. People are going to have to move their cars. They need a place to put their cars and so on. So the more things you put in the way, the harder it's going to be to clear that area back in there. So that should be considered as well. And again, I repeat that they've told us that, yes, they can meet that requirement with another berm in the center there. And let's see, what else? The height requirements was a big topic for discussion this evening. And that, again, the height is allowed in that district. If they want to go ahead and plan a building that high, I would say that they can go ahead and do it. There's nothing preventing them from putting a lower building. Like someone said, why can't they put a 2-story building, 3-story building? Yeah, they could put that building in there, but they're allowed to go that high. So that's the plan they brought before us. That's the plan we're looking at. Roof designs, that's come up this evening here. A few different people had suggestions on roof designs. The planning board could ask them to go back and bring back plans for a roof that is a gable end or another design that would be more pleasing like that. But like I said before, I don't think we'd win that argument. I think that there are enough examples of flat roofed buildings, and one of them that is up hasn't been built yet, but the one up 240 units across from the manufacturing business there. Is it Fraser? Yeah, across from Fraser and Sons, I guess it would be there. They have a flat roof on there, and yes, it is snuggled in trees, and you can't see it. It's a nice development up in there, but I feel that if it were looked at in the area there, as far as flat roofs go, and denying this one because of a flat roof, and that one is going up with a flat roof on, I don't think we'd win that argument. So again, it's a board decision. We're discussing this, okay? You've had your say, and we can get back to it. We haven't closed the public hearing. We can hear testimony later. Let the board get through this. So it's a board decision. Whatever we want to do, we can ask them to do anything we want or nothing at all. We can close the public hearing. What say you? Do we need more information? I think we have a lot of information, probably have enough information.
Let's address the parking. What do we want to do there? Do we want to leave that? We haven't addressed the reduction parking. They show the reduction, but we haven't addressed that yet. It's still, as far as we're concerned, 118 spaces there. They've got 94, I think it was, something like that. But as far as we're concerned, it's still 118 spaces. So do we want to address that? Do we want to make them come back with another parking plan that shows actually 10% of green space in there? That's something we have to decide.
I can't hear you very well.
Oh, you can't? Sorry, maybe I'm not talking in this loud enough here. Let's address the parking. Let's do that. So do we want to have them come in with another calculation of the 10% green space in the parking area in the back of the building?
I would move that they come in with a different plan for landscaping and parking, yes.
Okay, that's the motion that they come in for the different plan. So be more specific as to, so, well, they show now the 118 spaces. The darkened area is for the reduced amount, but we haven't even discussed that 20% reduction. For now, we're just deciding on, is 118 spaces right now.
I'm sorry, is this a board member that's you're dialoguing with, Chairman Selfa?
Yes, it is. It's a board member, Jane Johnson, I'm dialoguing with.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not able to hear if she can address the mic. I've been instructed to get all board members' comments.
Yeah, we're trying our best.
I
You can always attend our meetings and hear it right here in person.
Oh, I'm in Oregon, but
okay.
doing this remotely.
Yep, thank you. So you're making a motion, Jane, that we do that? Specific what you want them to do.
I would move that they come back with a plan for, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but you probably better get closer to the microphone.
Oh, it's not? Okay, I'm not used to talking on a mic.
No.
I would like to move that they come back with 10% more landscaping.
Do you mean 10% more, or do you mean that the landscaping should have 10% green space as a calculation of the entire lot? That's what you mean there?
10% green space calculated.
With the entire lot on 118 spaces?
Right, 118 spaces.
Okay. Now, is there a second on that motion? Okay, seconded by Richard Lane. You beat you to it, seconded by Richard Lane. So discussion. Will that solve it?
Ma'am, I cannot hear you. I'm so sorry. Can you talk into the chairman's mic, maybe?
Just pull your mic closer. I don't know.
I think they need more landscaping. I think the point was made by some of the citizens who are here tonight that they definitely need more landscaping in the parking areas, and I personally feel they need more landscaping around the building. It would help.
Okay, and so we have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion from the board? Then all those in favor of the motion, ask the applicant to come back. Dropped out again. Ask the applicant to come back with a recalculated green space for the rear parking lot that shows 10% of green space as a total area of the parking lot. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. All those opposed?
Can I just ask a follow-up question, Mr.
You may
Chairman?
now, yes.
Okay. So just for clarification, can the board act on our reduction request, or did you already? Because that's going to be a function of the landscaping calculation. So I think it's important to act on that so that the next plan that we're preparing is hopefully the final plan with the final numbers. And so it would be much appreciated if you could also act on that, unless I'm missing something,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
You might have missed something because Ms. Johnson's motion was for calculation to calculated for the 118 spaces.
Okay, so am I to assume that the board is not going to entertain the 20% reduction?
Let's entertain that now and see how that plays, because that is part of the case. If we go back, they come in with a landscape detail, we decide that it's 20% reduction, back again, that doesn't work. So let's decide. They're asking for a 20% reduction, which is allowed in our zoning ordinance, and the planning board can grant that. It's not, if it's in the zoning, we can grant that one. So what's the discussion on that? Or a motion, or what are we going to do here? The reduction would be from 118 spaces down to 94 spaces.
And I would say, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the latitude here, but that same relief was approved on the project out on Route 10 for the same type of development, the 20% reduction in parking. And so we're asking for the same thing, same use. And we wouldn't be asking for it if we didn't believe that there was going to be adequate parking. And so we appreciate the board's consideration on that.
Okay, thank you. Well, here's my take on it, and that is that they're getting a reduction in parking already because of the density. They are density in here, and if they went by the old zoning with the other density, they'd have had to put in 152 spaces. Now they only have to put in 118, so that's my opinion on it. The whole board can vote on, do whatever they want there, but that's my take. And a motion from Richard Lane that they keep the 118 parking spaces and not have a 20% reduction. Is there a second? Seconded by Brandon Self. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. All those opposed? Okay, 118 it is. So your calculations will be on 118.
Absolutely.
In that rear parking lot.
And thank you very much for making that determination. That way we know we're doing one plan.
You're welcome.
And I would assume that the board may consider continuing this application based on the request for more information. We would ask that the board continue it to your next meeting, which is actually,
It's next week. You're talking about the 15th.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah.
And we'd be happy to provide that information immediately.
Okay, so we're asking for more information for parking. Let's just talk about the roof. If the board wants to ask them to come back with designs for a pitched roof, the board can do that. You know my opinion on it. What's everyone else's? None? So.
My opinion is that we need to change the roof design somehow. If we're going to maintain a 4-story building, we've got to make it more compatible with the neighborhood. The reference to flat roofs on commercial buildings in the area, there is better than 90% pitch roof buildings in North Swansea, Swansea Center, than there are flat. So I feel as though we need to make it more compatible within the neighborhood.
I agree it would be much more compatible, but I'm just saying that if it is challenged, it's going to be brought up about the 240 unit complex that we approved with a flat roof just down the street from there, regardless of whether it's hidden by trees or not. That would take into factor, I would imagine, but I'm not so sure we'd win that one. But again, it's a board decision. If the board wants to do it, then they'll have to either do it or fight it, one or the other. So, yes.
I would say you refer to the flat roof apartment, condos or apartments that are proposed on Route 12.
No, proposed on just by Nanotech there, just across the street from Nanotech.
But they are not in sight of the homes across the street from this.
No, they are not, no.
They're not shadowing anything else around them. Exactly.
Right.
And the 4-story flat roof building that we're looking at tonight is directly across the road from a colony of people who have lived there for a while, love their homes. They're all small, lower homes with pitched roofs. The flat roof buildings that are down the road that belong to businesses like Nanotech and the Baudelaire or whatever that is down the storage.
Yep.
Those are a whole different ballgame. They're not residences and they are not 4 stories tall. Fraser Furniture is low. It's a one-story building, actually. And so I think that to be more in keeping with where it's positioned, this building might want to vary the lines of the building with some sort of a different roof, a mansard or a pitch roof or with gables or something. And I know it's an expense, I understand that, but at the same time, we are the planning board. We were elected to the planning board. We are here for the people of Swanzey who live in Swanzey. And you have to consider all of that when you're sitting on a board like this, because if you're the planning board, are you not to plan? Is that not a function of the planning board? And we go with our regulations, but not always what is allowed is what's best for you. So when we have the authority to speak what we prefer, I think we should. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else want to chime in on that? Richard has chimed in on it already. You nothing to say? Okay. Any other board members? If you or either of you want to put it into a motion, you can do that. Be specific in the motion as to what you would want.
Mr. Chairman, I just have to speak to that because, I mean, this project has a big, quite a history already. And, one of the projects that was evaluated extensively through the last appeal was the Asher Development Project and on Route 12. Route 12, which is a flat roof. It's visible. It's right in a residential neighborhood. It's 4 stories. It's actually taller than what we're proposing here, and that's in a neighborhood. It's in a neighborhood, and it might not be what people consider this one, but it's an evaluation that we didn't have to go through on that project, and so this will likely be an issue for this project, and I can't obviously control the dialogue of the board, but I am sharing that, there's history. I think, Mr. Chairman, you're correct in how the ruling, from the upper courts was relative to, it took into consideration, buildings in the community that was approved and didn't go through a process. And I think that's something that this board has to ultimately consider, and we would appreciate you considering.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Oh, for the record, Mr. Brennan.
It was the original Asher development project. And SMC Management purchased it, so it's now under SMC. ASHER. Yeah.
On Route 12. On Route 12.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yep, in the same district, and had residential properties all around it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Is there any more? Are we still discussing that? Jane, are we still discussing that? Or, he brings up a good point, but that is a point. It's a residential, apartment building.
Excuse me, but we still haven't seen actually from, was it SM whatever, a final plat for that development. I mean, they've cleared the property and everything like that, but we don't know for sure what they're going to do for design, or if they're going to maintain the 4 stories.
If they may change that, they came in for a change, but it was a minor change on there. I believe they were back for a change, and it changed the parking. They put parking underneath that building, as I recall, is that part of that change. But the rest of the building didn't change, as far as I know.
And it's approved.
Yeah, and it is approved, but the rest of the building didn't change when they came in for that modification.
It may have been approved, but they still have the option to change but they would have to come before us.
Yes, but I think the point is that building has a flat roof on it, and it's the same type of use as this, and it's in a business zone, and that business zone is over there in that same area. And the point again being is that if it's challenged, those buildings are going to be taken into consideration, deciding one way or the other, or these developers will be forced into putting on a. That's what the point was.
Scott?
Yes.
I noticed that Mr. Bennett is responding to your discussion, and I'm wondering, we've been sitting over here quietly thinking that you were discussing internally. And I would just like to point out that when you compare the Flatley project to this project, the Flatley project is not in the business zone, it's in the industrial park. It's not therefore comparable to this project. Even with a flat roof, it's not in the business district. And the other one, the Asher property, has a flat roof, but the neighborhood of residences around that is not as thickly settled. It is nowhere near the same property, and I don't think that a court would consider that to be a similar property to compare to this. Now, that's my opinion. I just want to point that out. And I do feel that if you're going to discuss this and he's going to be able to push back at you, that some of us should also.
Well, we haven't closed the public hearing yet, so, yep. And a rebuttal.
And I just have to say again for the record, if you're going to say that you can't count the Flatley project, then you can't count any of the residents across the road that are in a different zone as well.
Oh, I see, okay, because they're in a residential zone. Okay, I see what you mean. You haven't. Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
My name is Mark Ames.
Oh, hold, just a moment.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate you calling me back up. I just said.
Would you reiterate the question for me, sir? Just can't hear what she's saying.
No, this is Mr. Brandon back up again.
Yeah, this is, and I'm just clarifying my prior statement. So the gentleman that was up before me made the statement that we can't use the John Flatley Company multifamily residential development, which had the flat roof with the height variance, because it's in the industrial zone, but yet we're spending a lot of time this evening talking about another zone across the road, which is in the residence zone. And so, you know, I pointed out the conflict with that, just for the record. And I think that the reality is you have to evaluate all of the approvals that the board has made of similar projects. In this one, we're not seeking height variance, and it is a flat roof, just like other similar projects. And I just want to say thank you for, calling me back up. Yeah.
And you got that right. You're good. Okay. Yes, sir.
My name is Mark Ames. I've been listening to this conversation, and I'm not hearing the planning documents that my wife referred to describe the Planning Commission as being entitled to make a decision based on whether something is consistent with the environment that is being proposed in. That, just listen to somebody arguing, basically threatening you with suit if you do something that isn't consistent with what he wants. And I think that's...
I didn't hear it that way.
I did hear it that way,
Okay.
and I want to call him out on doing what he's doing, because I find that objectionable. I don't think that this is consistent with the environment around the building that's being proposed. And I think that you're within your rights to reject that proposal entirely. And I'm disappointed not to listen to you have that conversation in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm hoping this was my last statement this evening, Mr. Chairman, but so, and I would just like to say that we're not the ones that are implying or trying to imply any threat. What we are saying is we just want this application and this applicant to be treated the same as other applications that have been before this board and evaluated under the same criteria. That's all. That's all we're saying. And that's why we're making the comparisons. It's important for us to make those comparisons. And I appreciate everybody's time. I do feel like there's a lot of repetitive talk, but we're here to answer any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you for clearing that up. So you have something different to add, I presume.
That we keep talking about across the street not
Name,
being.
please. Your name,
Lisa
please.
Ryan. Lisa Ryan. We keep pointing out, or they keep pointing out, that across the street is not a business district. But when we were comparing it to the apartments in our immediate residence, those apartments all fall in the business district. I'm looking at the map, and they're all in the business district, and they all have pitched roofs, and they're all immediately in our vicinity. These other projects are not. One is an industrial, and the other is way over in another place that's not a very residential area. It's not like our area. It is completely different.
Thank you.
Jeanette Groom, just a quick comment. The business district has the same regulations, right? No matter where the business, a particular business
that's right,
district
yes.
is, has the
You're-
same regulations. However, the neighborhoods in which those business districts fall change. So even though the regulations may be exactly the same, I think it's up to the planning board to notice that the neighborhoods are different and have very different characteristics, and thus the buildings and the regulations have to be adapted to those differences in the neighborhoods.
Thank you. So let's get to the point there. Yeah, the roof line or something else. But yeah, let's get back to the roof line because we're in the middle of that. What is the board's purview to do here? You can do one of two things. You can either send them back to the drawing board and have them come back with examples of a pitched roof, or you could, I guess, have them make a faux pitched roof, a fake pitch roof looking on the side of there, or any type of architectural differences like that. That's the question. Decide on that now, what we want to do. And again, we've heard from everybody on it, pitched roof, no pitched roof, flat roof, and yeah, it might not fit in there, but I don't know that it would fly if we try and force the issue, but again, that's not my decision, it's a board decision. Okay, sorry. I won't say it again now.
That's what we see here. You're influencing the board right now, and I'm sorry.
Okay. That's all right. So let's get back to the roof. Let's get back to the roof line there. If there's no motion, then it stands as it is, and we continue with anything else that we want from the developer from this project here.
Okay. Hey, Scott, I'll make the motion. I want to make a motion that we have them come back with a different roof design.
Okay.
Second.
A motion by Michael York to have the developer come back with a different roof design. Now, does that different roof design mean pitched roof, or does it mean gable roof, or what does it mean? You've got to be specific, you know. And it was seconded by Richard Lane, so let's discuss it.
I'm thinking that we ask them to come back with one of each so we can pick what we think is the best.
One of each being what?
Pitch, the Gabriel, or the other one, the gentleman was.
Yeah, I forget the name of it. Started with an M, I think it was, but okay. Mansard. Yeah. Mansard, yeah. So, okay, so that's the motion, that the developer needs to come back with a example of a gable roof or a mansard roof design. Is that the motion that you want? And is that the one that you're seconding? Okay, duly made and second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? I'm opposed. So the motion carries. So I was opposed. Yep. So the motion carries that the planning board wants you to come back with an example of a gable roof or the name of it is mansard. I'm having trouble with that. Mansard roof. Designs for the building.
Mr. Chairman, I guess we just need to clarify how the board would like us to do that and maintain the airport restrictions and the building height restrictions.
Well, the planning board can't design your building for you, but I would say if that makes the building too high, the building would have to be
Well,
lowered.
it sounds like the planning board is trying to design the building for us.
No, the planning board asked you to just come back with designs.
Okay.
That may be more appropriate to the area. Okay, what other issues do we have here? We went through, the parking was the main one, the height was one, the roof line was another one. Do what?
We did list it.
Yeah.
The appraisal that has been cited was
Yeah.
done in March of 2020.
Okay, so you're talking about maybe having them do another appraisal,
A more current one,
more current appraisal, because that was done in what year? 2020, 2 years old. So now, if they came back with a gable roof or a different design roof there, wouldn't that affect the appraisal, the style? So it would be premature to ask for another appraisal before we see what they're going to do in that regard, because we've asked them to do that already, I think, anyway.
And Mr. Chairman, could you please share what regulation we would be doing the appraisal for and under the site plan criteria to address?
I'm not citing a regulation. We don't have a regulation on that. The planning board can address that if they deem it necessary. I know this was covered under the zoning board of adjustment, and it was looked at quite closely. And we're discussing now, it was 2 years old, and one of the planning board members would like to know if we should have another appraisal done. My question to him was that, well, if the developer changes the design of the roof, would that not affect the appraisal? And it probably would. So you would have to wait to see what was going to be done there with the roof line before you had another appraisal. That was my point.
Right, but I'm just asking what regulation in the site plan regulations or anywhere in town that the planning board has jurisdiction would that appraisal be addressing? What criteria? I'm not aware of anything in the site plan regulations pertaining to property values. In fact, we're proposing a conforming use in conforming structure. So I'm just asking, so if we prepared an appraisal, let's just assume that we're willing to prepare an appraisal, what regulation in town would that be addressing that the planning board has jurisdiction over?
I will have to get back to you on that. I don't know what regulation is under. I know the planning board has asked for appraisals before, and we've gotten them. We'll have to research that, and we can get back to you with an answer. So, yes, you may. Yep.
So I'm remembering traffic studies that the planning board has requested in the past, and there have been occasions where I believe the planning board has actually asked the developer to provide funding so that it actually would be the planning board that would be requesting the appraisal and the developer would be paying for it, thereby, in that way, the planning board would actually be the client of the appraiser.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if that's something, perhaps the planning board would be willing to entertain that idea.
He was asking us if it was a requirement or under one of the regulations, is what his question was.
Right.
So.
No, I understand that, but in addition to the fact that the planning board has a wide ability to ask for the additional information that it needs to make a wise decision.
We do.
The planning board also, in my recollection, can be the entity that actually makes the request and bills the developer for that information.
You're correct. We do, and we have done that.
Yeah, we'll just want to know an example, Mr. Chairman, of a project that's been required for on both the appraisal, because again, I'm not aware of a regulation. An appraisal study is unusual for a planning board review.
All right, thank you. It doesn't look like we're going to ask tonight because a change in roof line would change that anyways. Yes. Snow removal. I think no, it wasn't snow storage. It was I was discussing the. I think it was the
snow removal procedure of the parking lot. But he answered that question as to how they're going to do it and that they have provisions to do that. Can anyone else think of other things that we're looking for from the developer? And if not, a motion to continue the public hearing until our next meeting, which should be December 15th here at Whitcomb Hall, would be in order.
We're holding our subdivision regulation discussion then, so do we want to do it on different dates?
So you mean our site plan review regulations, right? That's not going to take very long. That's a short one. So anyway, yeah, the question was that we're holding site plan review regulations, not site plan review, zoning regulations on that meeting, but it's not a very long list on there, so we'd be able to accommodate the applicant as well, I think, anyway. If they can't, then they can let us know that they can't. So anything else that we wanted to ask? What was your question on there?
Again, I'm remembering during the time that I served on the planning board, we often made site visits, and I know a member of the public suggested that that the planning board as a group together visit the site and have helium balloons or some way to indicate the actual dimensions of the building on the lot to actually physically experience that. And I wonder if that's something that the planning board might be willing to entertain.
I'll ask them. Board members, you heard that would be a site visit to the site where we've done that before as well, where they stake out the corners of the building. In this case, they would put balloons up as to the height part of it there. And that's up to the board if they want to do it. If you're going to learn more from that, if the building meets setbacks, which it looks like it does, so that would not be an issue whether they staked it out or not. If it meets height regulations, which it does, you could see how high it's going to be, and yes, it's going to be impressive or oppressive, one or the other there, but I don't know, depending on that, I don't know if we'd gain that much from it. We could go there and have the site visit and take a look at that and see it, but still, if it meets the zoning regulations, then I don't know that we can do anything about it. So, what's the board?
My name is Sheila Heffernan, and I live on Pitcher Point. Heffernan, Hefffernon. I want to address something that you said, Mr. Self, and also Scott, the chair. I have not heard you use or even address as a criteria harmony. I understand we got a really flowery speech about why that was not something that should be used. But I think we've had some excellent people stating why this is important and for this town, and you've listened to them patiently, but you're continuing to make all of the criteria, talk about the criteria, you're not bringing that one up. So in fact, we did do a helium balloon thing earlier, which is I think what got the zoning board attention at first. I don't think that we still have those pictures, but I would like to know that this is going to be a consideration, because all I've heard are the height regulation is okay. It makes the height regulation. But if it meets one criteria, but it doesn't meet another, then that needs to be discussed. And I hope you will consider that.
Yeah, we will. We consider that's part of our site plan review regulations. We do consider the harmony of the neighborhood in there, but it's not, yes. The criteria is the harmony of the surrounding neighborhood, as it fits in, which is one of the criteria of the zoning board of adjustment, who discussed it at length according to the minutes. I wasn't at the meeting. I read all the minutes, and they discussed it at length, and that is one of their criteria. Yeah, you could have the planning board vote against it because it doesn't fit into the neighborhood, which it doesn't. But then if the zoning board approved the special exception and criteria for that, or one of the criteria for that was that it was more or less harmonious for the neighborhood, it's not going to fly too well with the planning board's decision. It's just, in my opinion, again, it's a board decision. I'm just stating, what I think about it. So, what else are we going to add? Oh, I didn't see up there. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mark Scalera. I also heard the term transitional, right? So, this building all of a sudden there is not transitional in any way. within that business district,
Yeah.
okay? You have a Jehovah Witness on one side, you have a diner on the other side. They're both very small buildings. This is not transitional, and that's also part of your responsibility. It's also stated in the master plan, so keep that in mind. Thank you.
We will. Thank you. Are you up here again, Mr. Brennan?
I am. Everybody wants to talk, so I have to respond to some things. But so the transitional statement is actually in the resident zone. The definition of the resident zone says that zone is a transitional zone that butts up against a more developed, more intensely developed commercial zone. So the residential zone is the transitional one. The business zone is a highway district that is allowed to have more intense development that has some traffic. So I just wanted to clarify that transitional was mentioned as it pertains to the residence zone.
Thank you. Yep, zoning is not perfect. The reason for zoning is so that there is compatibility between the different uses of land that people want to use. There's residential, as he's talking about, business, industrial, so on and so forth. And that's why we have the zoning regulations, so we can iron these problems out. And it's not going to be perfect. It's never going to be perfect. But it's all we have. It has to work. And we vote on them, we change on them. We're having discussions on it on our next meeting about the zoning regulations. That's how it works. Planning board submits it, people vote on it. Getting back to the matter at hand. Were there any other items other than that? We've discussed the roof and the parking. And a site, yes, a site visit. If the board wants to do a site visit over there, that's certainly possible. That's nothing that the developer has to do other than if they're going to float a balloon, if we're going to have them do that. Do you want to do that?
You can drive up Main Street in Keene and see a 4-story building. I don't think we need to see.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's right.
The hotel down by,
Oh, the new one.
that's a 4-story building.
That's 4-story.
Very plain with a flat roof and the
Yeah. So that's in Keene, is it Key Road? I think Key Road. Yep. So it sounds like the consensus is that we don't need to do a site walk. We've all been by that property. I have been many a times viewing it from different areas there.
Also, Scott, doesn't the planning board have the authority to walk on the property that they're looking at if they want to, like any one of us could go there and.
It's part of the application. When they sign the application, they're also giving permission for the planning board to come on the property. That's part of the application process. And they haven't stopped us from going on the property. Well, you can go one by one, right? Yeah, just go by there. So it sounds like we probably aren't going to have a site walk on it. Anything else that we missed? Okay, you have a point.
Yeah, I was just going to say, there's probably 30, 40 people that will allow you to walk on their property to see where that building is going to be over the roof of their house.
Yeah, I know. I've been around backside of Wilson Pond, taking a look to see where it's going to be and that. And no. Yeah, but not. I don't think. I think we'll pass on that one. Yeah, I think so. Okay, so probably what we should do then is continue this public hearing until December 15th, which is our next meeting here at Whitcomb Hall. And if we haven't left anything out, then a motion in that regard. Motion by Richard Lane to continue this public hearing until the 15th of December here at Whitcomb Hall. Is there a second? Seconded by Brandon Self. Is there any further discussion? Then all those in favor indicate by saying aye. All those opposed? Okay, so we are continued.
Thank you very much for your time and everybody's input. I appreciate it.
And you have some things, if you can get back in that short notice. If you can't, let us know, and so we can get a notice out that it's postponed.
Yeah.
Thank you. So. I'd rather just read over the zoning that's coming in, because we're going to be we don't have to, let's just do a quick discussion on the zoning, because it's just here, not for discussion really as far as the public hearing goes. We're going to have it in a public hearing. next week, but we all need to know that we're gonna look at it and make sure it's coming up for next week. So we'll just do a brief thing on it. Be like 5 minutes at the most. Okay, I gotta get the resume. The next agenda item, and I believe it is here. Where are we here? Oh, we got the Sylvan Way land donation too. Okay, heads up, board members. I see you're packed up, but we aren't leaving yet. Board members, you're packed up, but we aren't leaving yet. We got a couple other agenda items here to do. And the other one in your packet is there's a Sylvan Way land donation. And I don't know if anybody knows what that is. Pay attention. No. We're doing the Sylvan Way land donation. And you know what that is? That's up on Sylvan Way. A neighbor owns a piece of property and his neighbor wants to put the sewer line across or through it, wanted an easement. That neighbor said, no, I would rather give it to the town than give you an easement on it. So that's what's going to happen. If the planning board recommends that the selectmen accept the donation, then that's what I think that we should do. It makes sense.
Do you need a motion on that?
I do need a motion on that,
Motion
yes.
that we accept the,
Motion by Richard Lane that we recommend that the town accept the donation of that land on Sylvan Way. Is that your motion?
yes.
Okay, seconded by Jane Johnson. Is there any further discussion? Then all those in favor indicate by saying aye. All those opposed? Okay, one more thing in our packet, which is the zoning that's coming up next meeting. And we've all seen it before, but just take a brief look at it right now and read it over, because we're just going to be discussing it in public hearing our next meeting. And it's not very long. It's just this much here, and it's on the back. It's what we've done. Pardon me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. What we're doing, we're just bringing up the zoning amendments for next meeting, and we're just taking a look at them to make sure that it's all there, everything is there that we're talking about. Okay. And that we will be discussing them at public hearing next meeting. It's going to be on the agenda for that. So again, just look it over and make sure that there are no other questions or anything for the public hearing. When we have the public hearing, we can make some changes to it. We'd have time for another public hearing after that if there were larger changes to it. Otherwise, it'll go on to the town meeting. So that's how that's going to work. No motion needed for that. The only other motion we need would be adjournment, I think, but just a moment. Yep, because the rest of the items on there are standing items we have on there. So, yeah, motion to adjourn would be in order, I would say. December 15th. Motion to adjourn by Richard Lane. Is there a second? Yes. There's a motion on the floor. Just withdraw your motion to adjourn. Okay, yes.
Just to make sure there's no procedural error, that last Sylvan Way, you had to open up public hearing, close public hearing, or just what you did is perfectly fine procedural wise?
We didn't have, the selectmen, I'm sure, will have a public hearing on it if they decide to accept it, but the planning board is just asked to make a recommendation whether or not it's a good idea. Okay. That's what we're doing. So we're passing it off to someone else. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Okay, a motion for adjournment. Okay, Richard Lane makes a motion for adjournment. Is there a second? Second by Brandon Self. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? And we're officially adjourned.